Good morning. Can I please request everyone to take their seats so we can begin? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to everyone as we bring to you the second edition of the Indian Sports Management
Good morning.
Conference.
Can I please request
here at the
everyone to
Jio
take their
Institute
seats so we can
campus.
begin?
We are delighted and honored to be joined by leaders and practitioners who have played a transformative role in shaping India's sporting journey.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
A very warm welcome to everyone. Special welcome as we bring to you the second edition of the Indian Sports Management Conference here at the Jio Institute campus. We are delighted and honored to be joined by leaders and practitioners who have played a transformative role in shaping India's sporting journey. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you and a special welcome to our chief guest, Ms. Vita Dani, the co-owner of Chennai FC, chairperson of the Ultimate Table Tennis, and the promoter of Dani Sports Foundation. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. Can I also Mondal, the president of ISMA. Thank you guys for joining us. We also have with us today Dr. Deepak Jain, the Vice Chancellor of Jio Institute, Dr. Palak Sheth, the Project Director at Jio Institute, Mr. Pramod Jain, the CFO, and Dr. Pillai, the Advisor to Jio Institute. Thank you so much, everybody, for being with us this morning. Co-hosted by the Indian Sports Management Association and Jio Institute, this conference brings together diverse voices from across sports management. We have academia, industry leaders, policymakers, athletes, and global experts in this room sharing ideas, insights, and experiences. Together, we are striving to create a common platform that supports the continued growth of Indian sporting ecosystem. Globally, sport is now a strategic national asset. It shapes economies, cities, and international standings. The sports industry today is built on strong systems, governance, research, and athlete development. And India stands at a defining moment. Our performance on the world stage has been rising. Indian Olympic medal tally increased from 2 in 2016 to 6 in 2024. Our Paralympic achievements have grown from 4 medals in 2016 to 29 in 2024. And at the Asian Games 22, we won 107 medals, our best ever. With a young population and a fast-growing sports ecosystem, India has now expressed its aspiration to host the Olympic Games. And this ambition reflects not just scale, but a growing confidence in our ability to operate at global standards. And delivering on this vision requires sustained investments in people, institutions, and knowledge, and a commitment to building capacity for the long term. This is also the vision articulated by our chairperson, Mrs. Neeta Ambani, and our chairman, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, to build a world sports ecosystem for India. And at Jio Institute, we are aligned to this vision through research, leadership development, and ecosystem building. To formally mark the beginning of today's proceedings, may I now invite our distinguished guests to the stage for lighting of the lamp. May I now invite Ms. Vita Dani, Colonel Johal, Dr. Kamila, Dr. Deepak Jain, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Dr. Palak Sheth, Mr. Pramod Jain, and Dr. Sarthak Mondal to join us on the stage. Can we have the candles, please? Can someone switch off the air conditioning here, please, so that we can light the fire lamp? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for the auspicious beginning of this conference. May I now invite Dr. Palak Sheth, the Project Director of Jio University, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Sheth has been a driving force behind the institution since its inception. A true institution builder, he has played a key role in establishing several prestigious institutions, including the development of the Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University. At Jio Institute, Dr. Sheth is instrumental in driving the strategic growth and development, ensuring the realization of its vision to create a world-class educational institution. Dr. Sheth, may I please invite you on stage?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of Indian Sports Management Conference hosted by Jio Institute in collaboration with Indian Sports Management Association. At very outset, I would like to express my deep gratitude to our visionary founder, Shri Mukesh Ambani and Srimati Neeta Ambani, for their unwavering belief in power of education and sports as a transformative force shaping the India's future. Their commitment to building a world-class institution in education, alongside a sustained and meaningful contribution to the development of sports in India, is truly distinguished Jio Institute. This vision recognizes sports not merely as a physical activity, competition or entertainment, but as an integral pillar of a multidisciplinary education. One that shape youth potential, build leadership, and strengthen the presence on the global sporting stage. In this context, this Indian Sports Management Conference stands as a testimony to Jio Institute commitment to creating an enabling ecosystem for a knowledge sharing, fostering meaningful dialogue, and building a cohesive community dedicated to sports management and sports development in India. It is my great honor to welcome Vita-Ben Dani. Thank you, Vita-Ben, for being here. It's our privilege with your consistent effort, the Indian sports landscape itself is changing, and our student and all the people who are gathering today would be able to hear you out that what India need to do to build India as a sporting nation, as well as India's dream of having Olympic 2036. It also my great pleasure to extend my warm welcome to Colonel Johal. Colonel Johal recently visited Jio Institute with Sports Secretary, and it was so inspiring to interact with him. We thought, let us pass on this benefit to all our audience. Thank you, Colonel Johal, to be with us. I also like to warmly welcome Dr. Kamila, our friend, philosopher, and global partner. All our Jio Institute students, those who are attending the sports management program, attend 2 weeks of study abroad program in HBKU, Qatar. And Dr. Kamila is very graciously host all of them. She arranged the classes, she arranged the field visit, she arranged the kind of event management experience, including the FIFA and F1 kind of event. This is recently happened in Qatar. Thank you, Dr. Kamila, to be with us. Please feel Jio Institute always as your home. I would also like to extend my warm welcome to Sarthak Mondal. He's a young buddy in sports management, and who, with his relentless effort, is running this INSMA, which is an initiative to develop a sports management education, sports research across India. Thank you, Sarthak, for your untiring effort, and we are very, very happy to work with all of you. It is my also great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our beloved Dean, Dr. Deepak Jain. Even though he is a Vice Chancellor, he is known across the world as a Dean Deepak Jain, because he was a former Dean of Kellogg Business School, he was a former Dean of INSEAD Paris, he was a former President of Europe-China Business School in Shanghai. So he is truly a global Indian which we are very, very fortunate to have with us. I'd also like to extend our warm welcome to my colleague and our mentor, Dr. Sailesh Kumar and Dr. Pillai, who is helping us on every day to build Jio Institute. I also take this opportunity to, on behalf of Jio Institute, to extend warm welcome to Shri Narendra Modi. Shri Narendra Modi is a very versatile personality because he has worked a lot in building several of infrastructure in Gujarat, and now he's been mandated to develop an infrastructure for the Olympic 2036, which is coming across Gujarat. So I think I happened to meet him in one of the meetings in Gujarat, and I was so inspired by his vision, his ability to execute on the ground, an ability to think at a scale, as well as an ability to think with an excellence. Thank you, Narendra Modi ji, for being with us. I would also like to extend all our other speakers, Ankush Arora, Prashant ji. Prashant ji is our friend and philosopher from KPMG. Soumya Jain. Soumya, I have worked from last 15 years. Soumya, thank you for being here. She represents Deloitte. Deepti Bopaya ji, Dr. U.V. Shankar, Padma Shri K.Y. Venkatesh, Mrugesh Kumar S.K., James, Anshul Bagai, Rahul Tiwari, Ativ Shah, Ashi Hanspal, and Niharika. We welcome all of you at the Jio Institute, and thank you for taking time out and being with us. As finally, I just wanted to conclude by saying that this is a great opportunity to be all of us together and building this sports ecosystem, which is very, very essential for both building sporting nation and also achieving aspiring vision of bringing Olympics to India and bringing so many medals in the Olympic. With Jio Institute's vision to develop sporting culture, sports academy, and sports program, I'm sure we will be able to contribute at our best in that. I would also like to lastly mention my colleague Siddharth Shankar, who is from Reliance Foundation. Sports is here. Reliance Foundation, RFYS runs the sports academy here. We have elite athletes, around 40 of them. Siddharth takes care of them, and they are the one who are going to bring so many medals for us. Thank you, Siddharth, for being here. Devang could not remain present. And last, whatever we do here, we have so much blessing of Neeta Bhabhi, because she's so much passionate about sports, and we are going to build so much infrastructure and so much facilities for sports in a time to come. So this is just a beginning for all of you to be here in Jio Institute in this conference, but we'll create an opportunity that every year you are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Palakji, for setting the stage for today. I would now like to invite Dr. Deepak Jain, the Vice Chancellor of Jio Institute, to share his special remarks. Dr. Jain is a globally recognized marketing and innovation expert. He has over 4 decades of experience as an educator and a senior business school administrator. He served as the Dean of Northwest University's Kellogg School of Management and of INSEAD, and as the President Emeritus of the China European International Business School. A scholar with over 60 publications, Dr. Jain has received numerous accolades, including the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman and the Outstanding Educator Award. His leadership continues to inspire business leaders across the globe. Dr. Jain's steady leadership and support has been a cornerstone at Jio Institute's growth. His guidance and encouragement have motivated each one of us to continuously raise the bar. May I now request Dr. Jain to address the gathering.
Good morning. Come on, you can be more generous than that. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I was just thinking about today we are all global citizens. So I was looking at my time clock. Just came yesterday morning from Chicago. So you all have to keep me awake. This is the time to go to bed, but occasions like this are not only very precious, but inspiring. I really thank all of you to blessing us with your presence. We are in a digital age, but physical presence of people create a different impact than anything else. I was talking to Colonel Saab and he had a very tight schedule, but still decided to come. And Dr. Palak Sheth mentioned very clearly that we are all here because of two great individuals, Mukesh Bhaiya and Nita Bhavi. They had this vision to create an institution which is not just an educational institution. I look at Jio Institute or Jio University as a place where we harness and shape human talent. Education is just one part. When we use words like aspirations, capabilities, competencies, skills, tools, these are add-on, but the real crux lies in what's inside an individual. It can be sports, it can be acting, and India, in all my speeches all over the world, I say if you have to brand India, India is going to be the global hub for human talent. And I really believe that not only as academics, this vision of making sports a comprehensive discipline is, I would say, a remarkable innovation. In business schools, when we were deans, initially we started creating specializations in fields like marketing, finance, supply chain. Then there was an area where we moved from these academic disciplines to functional disciplines like healthcare, real estate. And sports to me is now very popular because sports is a comprehensive discipline. Not only physical health, mental health, but also emotional health. So, creating a platform like Jio in order to expose our students what management is about. Many years ago when we were deans, people used to ask, can you really teach leadership? Or leadership, entrepreneurship are inherent qualities. To me, it's not teaching, but it's building a set of principles that are important for people to realize what it can do. And this is just my vision that today we have at Jio Institute the sports management program. When I was the Dean of Kellogg, I created a special course in business schools on Shakespeare. I tell you, a day would come when we will host an acting conference because like sports people need to learn about management principles. We all are actors in some sense. But India with Bollywood and others, I think a time would come when this whole concept of what Shakespeare said 500-600 years ago, every novel of Shakespeare has a leadership lesson. I always say Hamlet thinks and thinks but never acts, Othello never thinks but acts. So both are not correct. So how we bring these kind of disciplines under one comprehensive umbrella, that's what Mukesh Bhaiya, Nita Bhavi wishes, that we should become an institution of the future. That's why we have programs like AI, rather than going for traditional sports management. We are thinking of the whole digital revolution. So this institute is going to be forward-looking, comprehensive, and rather than creating walls that we have traditionally, we want our students to decide what they would like to do and have a very flexible curriculum. And I feel very privileged that I was asked to be a part of it. Very few people in life get to create something from scratch. And giving having that opportunity to be a part of an institution building is something that is not only rewarding, but we would create our brand ambassadors over the years. And I'm sure I would say I was part of this creation. So thank you all again. I really want, Palak Sahab has thanked all the speakers, but I think I would like all of you to join me in thanking Dr. Palak Sheth and his team, that not only they created such a beautiful infrastructure, hardware is the necessary condition, but software becomes more important. And he used a word called sports culture. So whenever we create institutions, I always say that revenue is the urgency. You have to have financial support. Respect, reputation is going to be the currency, and respect is going to be the legacy. So we all wish that people would say Jio Institute is a very respectable institution that again harness and shape human talent. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Jain, as always, very inspiring. As India prepares to engage more confidently with global sporting communities, professional association plays a critical role in shaping standards, ethics, and knowledge sharing. May I now invite Dr. Sarthak Mondal, the President of Indian Sports Management Association, to deliver the opening address. Dr. Sarthak is the pioneering sports economist and advocate for inclusive governance, whose research has established the first quantifiable framework for assessing professional team management. With a background bridging scholarly rigor and sports media, he's deeply committed to driving equity within the industry and actively shape the growth of sports management education across India. Can I request Sarthak to please take the podium?
Hello, good morning. Thank you, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, industry leaders, athletes, policymakers, and students. To briefly introduce myself, my name is Dr. Sarthak Mondal, and I am the president of INSMA. It is my privilege to welcome you to INSMA 2025, which is the second edition of the Indian Sport Management Conference. On behalf of INSMA, I thank you for joining us at Jio Institute as we convene under the theme Olympic Vision 2036. Our professional experiences in sport and personal passion for Indian sport has taught all of us at INSMA one thing. We can either choose to complain about it or we can do something about it. And we have decided to do something about it because, of course, it's better than complaining. The truth is, India's sporting ambitions require not just talented athletes, but a robust ecosystem of world-class sport management professionals, rigorous academic scholarship, and evidence-driven policy frameworks. And in the last decade, the government of India has taken significant steps towards it. We now have the pioneering Khelo India Games, the Target Olympic Podium Scheme, and has recently updated the national sports policy and implemented the National Sports Governance Bill. Today, as we gather here, we bring policymakers, administrators, researchers, industry leaders, and the next generation of sport management professionals. And we are doing our bit alongside our esteemed partners at Jio Institute to help Vision 2036 take a tangible form. The timing of this conference is significant. As India aspires to host the 2036 Games, we face both unprecedented opportunities and complex challenges. How do we build a sustainable sporting infrastructure? We had this discussion in the virtual roundtable yesterday. How do we develop talent pathways that are inclusive and effective? How do we have that joy of just participating in sport? How do we ensure that integrity in governance while also fostering innovation? And these questions demand more than just optimism, and they require the kind of collaborative, research-driven approach that we at INSMA came together in 2024 to champion. Today, you will be hearing from and interacting with policymakers, championing and shaping India's sporting future, industry leaders building sustainable business models, and academics advancing sport management and ancillary scholarship to further the ecosystem in India. The convergence of perspective from Colonel N.S. Johal at Target Olympic Podium Scheme to Dr. Camilla Stewart-Harris from Hamad bin Khalifa University at Qatar, from Srimati Veeta Rani, who is championing grassroots development, to industry innovators who are all joining us to transform the Indian sporting ecosystem. However, INSMA 2025 is more than just a conference. It is a platform, and over the last 24 months, since we have founded INSMA, we have established multiple partnerships that have led us to create some industry-driven solutions and impact reports, primarily with Motorsport Access, Dream Sports Foundation, and at Turf. This have included reports such as the economic impact of MotoGP Bharat in 2023, the annual review of competitive balance in Indian sports in 2024-2025, and our landmark white paper on India at the starting line. How can we help India build Olympic glory to 2036? This report was a collaborative enterprise that echoes the spirit of INSMA. It was written in collaboration with Dr. Sahin Gupta, Dr. Joe Clark, Dr. Dan Plumley, Dr. Shaini Raizada, Mr. Neil Shah, Nandini Chaudhary, and Shriya Vedak, which gained us international recognitions from Professor David Berry, Dr. Adil Sumariwala, who is the Vice President of World Athletics, and India's first individual Olympic gold medalist, Mr. Abhinav Bindra. With our institutional partners, we are creating pathways for students and young professionals. To our partners at Jio Institute, we extend our sincere thanks for dedicating and advancing the sport management, education, and ecosystem in India. While our collaboration with Dr. Palak Said and his team has been for less than 6 months, they have been extremely supportive towards us. And I am very sure that once this conference is over, we will collaborate on multiple endeavors together. To INSMA's international knowledge partner at Leeds Beckett, thank you for believing in INSMA's mission and contributing your expertise. I have personally worked with Dr. Joe Clark, and we have co-authored the first academic paper on sport policy in India, which is available on International Journal of Sport Policy and Politics. And I am glad that this partnership is continuing. To students and emerging professionals, you are not just the future, you are part of shaping the present. Thank you for investing your time, your expertise, and your passion into building something larger than any one organization can ever build. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarthak. I'm sure we go back with a stronger resolve to do our parts. We now move on to the keynote address, which brings a unique perspective on building performance sporting organizations that can compete with the world stage. It is my pleasure now to invite Dr. Camilla, Associate Professor and Director of the MSEM program at the Hamad bin Khalifa University, for the keynote address. Professor Camilla is a distinguished authority on sports tourism and mega event legacy, having spearheaded field research across 3 Olympic Games and 3 FIFA World Cups. She was instrumental in the 2010 FIFA World Cup research agenda and has remained a pivotal force in advancing sustainability and inclusion within the Global South. Her expertise continues to influence the industry through her contribution to major international governance and sporting bodies. May I now request Dr. Camilla to please take the podium. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Dr. Palak Sheth and his team, Jio Institute, the Indian Sport Management Association. I'm deeply honored to be here. This is like my other home. As was said, we are global citizens. But for those that don't know, I actually have Indian origins as well as many people around the world. So I do really feel at home at Jio Institute. This is such a wonderful honor to share my journey of being in the Global South, actually starting my journey in sport business with the Cape Town 2004 Olympic Games. And I'm going to share the significance of the research agenda by using the case study of the 2010 FIFA World Cup. But along that, I'm going to share my journey in sport by referring to myself as the voice of another. And I say that because, as we know, the sporting world has been dominated by the West. And often we're in these platforms where we are continuously having to fight for our right to be in this space and constantly facing negative perceptions or not seeing the world from another perspective. And in 2023, I was at the Play the Game conference in Denmark, and there was about 3 papers. If those of you don't know about Play the Game, they look at sort of the darker side of sport, the more contested side. And there were 3 presentations on Qatar in terms of the theme of the conference. I was not even in that presentation. And there was a journalist who made the remark, who said, supporting the World Cup in Qatar is like supporting apartheid South Africa. And I just couldn't reconcile how somebody who has not lived in South Africa, who's not lived through apartheid, and has always been passionate about sport, could make an assessment like that. And so in 2024, Play the Game in Norway, I presented a presentation of the voice of another, because just to conclude this little part of the story, which is my lived experience, I was invited because of the 2023 conference at Play the Game, where there was not very much women or representation from the Global South. They felt that I should be invited onto the committee. But no sooner that was I invited onto the committee, I was disinvited, if there's such a word, right? By someone who was in the German media, right? Because my close ties to Qatar. And this is my lived experience. So I shared the story about growing up in South Africa and always having to put our voices on the table. So I feel like this is another opportunity to do that and to show that we also have aspirations to make the world a better place for us. So just going a little bit back in terms of breaking into the sport industry in terms of the Cape Town 2004 Olympic bid. So growing up in South Africa, having sport at its core in terms of our lives and the transformational power of sport, I never thought that I would go on to bid for Olympic Games growing up in South Africa, and the opportunity arose. And through that, I worked with all 28 international sports federations about the technical requirements. But what was important about that Games was that the IOC was not ready for the type of thinking of what we were trying to do to address the inequities and the spatial transformation of our cities of South Africa along historical racial lines. And that's what the Olympics was about, was changing that for the better of South Africa. But the IOC was not ready for that type of thinking. India, fortunately, is in a space now in this new dispensation of the IOC where that thinking is more aligned to the visions of nations. So that was kind of my first introduction to the sports industry. But then I realized very soon, if we weren't going to win this bid, I wanted to pursue my doctoral studies in an area which was very new at the time, that was in the late 90s, which was sport tourism, because I saw the potential of the country to use sport for socioeconomic development. And that's really been the basis of my work in this area. So I went to the US, got an opportunity, and at that stage, there was no such course as sport tourism in South Africa. And I thought that would be my focus in terms of developing this curriculum on sport tourism. So I, from a very early day, combined the sport and the education component. So going on from that, I then had the opportunity to come back to South Africa and work with one of the biggest consultancies at the time, Octagon, and they were going into the city of Durban in terms of the Australian models of the event corporations. And I had the opportunity to head up the Durban office, and it was a public-private partnership with the city of Durban, the Durban Events Corporation, where we managed all the events for the city of Durban. And that then, kind of exposed me more than sport, sort of the sport and entertainment world. But the calling of academia was very strong still. And at that stage, the higher education institutions were merging in South Africa, and I got the opportunity to go to one of what was then more comprehensive, as opposed to the traditional universities, to head up a Center of Tourism Research in Africa. And it was through that, coming back into academia, that I started to push a sports management and a sport tourism research agenda. And it revolved around my experience about the Cape Town 2004 bid and what were some of the challenges, why we didn't get it, what we should be looking at. And from there, it was at the time when we were awarded the 2010 FIFA World Cup, but with all the hype around hosting this event in the Global South, there was also very much Afro-pessimism. Can we use it? Can we do it? Do we have the competencies? We came off Germany, which was, a very world-class, and now we're going into this Global South. And, it was, yes, I think we're all in the space, India included, where we can see the huge potential for our nations, whether it's from a socioeconomic development perspective, whether it's in international recognition. But we also find ourselves in a world, as I said, where the playing fields are very unequal. And if you look at the two biggest mega events, which is the FIFA World Cup and the Olympic Games, we are so underrepresented. And when do we start making that change? It is up to us to drive and make that change. And so very glaringly, just as the Olympic Games has not come to Southeast Asia, it has not come to Africa. And so I think us in the Global South have the opportunity to make that change and push the agenda. So just very briefly, in terms of the World Cup, it was about not just South Africa, it was about putting Africa on the map and changing those perceptions. And that comes through very clearly in terms of the economic progression of the continent and changing these perceptions around Afro-pessimism. But something that we really need to take cognizance of, there is compliance, whether it's FIFA, whether it's the International Olympic Committee, we need to meet certain requirements. But what we want to do is also leverage that opportunity. And this we need to do from the very beginning, now in terms of India's vision of what we want to do. And as I mentioned, we came back off the back of 2006. So the requirements remained the same, but the standard was even higher because we were being judged by Germany. But through all of this is the one single most important aspect of India going for its bid okay? The eyes of the world is on India. Whether you eventually win that bid, right, it becomes even more so. But this is a really critical phase, you know. Of course, this was such a long time ago now. So you can imagine now, especially in terms of new media, you know, the focus to maximize that opportunity. Something else, and I think very similar for a World Cup, it attracts a lot of markets that would never come potentially to India, and you have that opportunity, and we had that opportunity with the World Cup. But we also know that the importance of perceptions, right? People have certain perceptions, but you can change it when they come to the World Cup. So I'll very quickly share the 2010 research agenda, because what we then experienced was all the focus was on compliance, meeting the requirements, but nobody was looking at how do we assess this? What is our return of investment? How do we know if this was a success? And I took up that challenge. I took up that mantle because nobody else was doing it. Just as Kathy was sharing, you know, we have to do something about it. I had to do something about this. And we had to look at how we're going to capture this from a research management, knowledge management perspective. So we started looking at how to build this research agenda. There was a lack of government support, different groups working in isolation, and the legacy aspects were neglected. And so we started up bringing people together. We looked at solutions of how we could do this with our minimal resources. And we looked at a number of range of stakeholders, pre, post, during, of how we can bring this research agenda to life. We did this with different partners. And one of the most significant examples was the research hub led by the city of Cape Town. We built capacity, knowledge generation, the output, and the lessons are still going. We compare to 2022 and beyond. And I think very key is in terms of building the research capacity. I know it seems a lot, and I know I need to wrap up, but I've left all of this here because it's something that can be taken forward. I think it's very important that you use your opportunity now in terms of lead time, put those institutional and infrastructural resources into place, and to start measuring from your objectives and your baseline. And just briefly, in terms of where India wants to go, in terms of developing India, I think this is very critical in terms, if you haven't seen the event legacy framework, but this will determine all your work going forward from your vision and how you want to, alongside your plans, develop and plan your research legacy. Because the very key thing is, what does India want to leave post the Games? What changes you want to make, but from your position, your vision in terms of wanting to make those changes. And I think it's very important that you develop this research framework. So here's some more work for the Indian Sports Management Association to bring all these partners together. So we start building the capacity, and more importantly is in terms of using Commonwealth Games as a test, but all the events leading up to that as a test to plan and develop that research legacy. I know it was a little bit short, but I hope you find these lessons worthwhile and that we can continue to build, not just for India, but I think there's a broader agenda in terms of BRICS and the Global South as how we can transfer knowledge together and make our world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the framework that I hope we can assimilate and build a better global South. Thank you so much. A credible Olympic aspiration must be anchored in elite athlete preparation and performance systems. May I now invite Colonel N.S. Johal, the CEO of Target Olympic Podium Scheme, to deliver the inaugural address. Colonel Johar, is a distinguished former Olympian whose leadership is now instrumental in streamlining support systems for India's most promising medal contenders. Bringing the unique perspective of a 2008 Beijing Games competitor, he champions an athlete-first approach to governance that prioritizes scientific training and personalized management. His work remains pivotal in ensuring that bureaucratic hurdles never impede high-performance sport. So thank you so much. Kanajal, can I please invite you on stage to deliver your address?
Good morning, everybody. I respected Vita Dani ma'am, chief guest for this event, Dr. Deepak Jain, VC, Jio Institute, and distinguished guests, and also Deepti ji and Siddharth ji, our guiding lights in Mission Olympic Committee, who guide us at TOPS, and all my friends in the audience. It's a privilege to be here, and I also want to thank Shiv for being behind my life. I am very occupied, I don't know, for this whole week, but then he didn't leave me, and I've been able to make up for this event, and I'm very happy to be here. The theme of the event is, and the work you all are doing is perfectly aligned with what we are trying to achieve. I put in 24 years in the army, and I love studies. I'm an academic mind, and my Olympic and everything just happened by chance. So that is my passion. It has nothing to do with, I didn't want to actually pursue it the way it has unfolded, but then I went with the flow. And if now when I look back at those 25 years, you give me a choice, I will actually choose this path only, because I realized this is what I was destined to be. And it has been truly an honor actually to be appointed CEO TOPS also. Even that was not part of the plan. But then I have taken up this challenge. And I think with our present, our boss, Shri Hariranjan Raoji, he's an amazing guy. And we are working 24/7, 365. I get tired of my meetings, and he has 10 times more than that, and he never refuses anything. And so it's we don't mind the work as long as we are enjoying it and we are engrossed in it. So literally a day starts at about 8 o'clock when I leave my home, and I get back never before 10 o'clock or 10:30. But I'm still enjoying it, because the aim is so big, and our objective is very clear. Actually, we had a conference 2 days back, so I'm fresh with a lot of points from that. I don't need to refer to the paper or anything. The aim is very clear for the country. Honorable PM has given us the objective. 2036, we have to be in top 10 when we are hosting the games. 2047, by the time we complete 100 years of independence, we should be in top 5. That is for the 2048 Olympics. 2036 bid, as of now, discussions are going on. We are going to put in all our efforts. But the amazing thing is that the nation has decided. The nation has taken this call. So we are going to host the Olympics. We are going to go all out for 2036, if not 36, 40, 44. But we are not stopping. We are going to be pursuing it till we get it. So the work which we all are going to do, or especially the young mind sitting at the back, it is going to be, a lot of people in the front rows are going to phase out by then. And you are the people who are going to take center stage. So have faith in the path you have chosen. Stick to it. And as at TOPS, what we do, I'll just give you a brief link that TOPS is not just, it's actually the flagship scheme of the government, conceived in 2014, but then kind of formalized in 2018. And then so after that, I am actually the third CEO. First was Commander Rajgopalan, then was Commodore Garg for the Paris cycle, and then now I'm the third one. So they're very sure to bring in fresh ideas, So my time is till December 28 as of now. So no, it is good. Actually, it's very good. Your time is fixed. So that is why I don't mind from 8 o'clock to 10:30, Saturday, Sunday. It doesn't matter, because the purpose is so big. And I have actually been involved in sports from the other side. I was an athlete from 2001 to about 2013. And then I went back, I studied, did BTech, and then I did MBA, and then I went back to Miami. I've served when Galwan clashes happened. I was in Ladakh. I was doing my command 10. So I've seen everything. And then I took a conscious call. I was getting a call for going for some course for the next rank. But then I chose that. Then when I sat back, I realized, nahin, I want to be in sports only. So that is why I took PMR, and I wanted to do something in sports, and CEO Tops happened. So I'm fully engrossed in it. There is nothing else in my life other than the work I'm doing. And it's a very good scheme. We feel we give, money or financial support, but it is not a grant that we are giving a dole. It is performance based. And, Deepthi and Siddharth would agree, we get into a lot of detail. And we are also evolving. We are learning every day. Good papers coming in, we all read. And, so sports management is very integral to the work we are doing and what we are trying to do. So we are completely performance-based. We analyze, identify, and then we support athletes. And we also monitor them. And in the end, it is a delivery. Whatever I do for next 4 years, finally the medal tally in LA will be the testimony of my work. Whether it was in the right direction or whatever we were doing. So TOPS is a very, very good program which the government has brought in. And it has already started yielding results, but we want to expand much more. And for the capacity building part, it is not just the athlete. The entire sporting ecosystem revolves around the athlete. But then there is a, federation, there is a coach, there is a support staff, you have, a complete array of support staff from psychology, strength and conditioning, and then we have administrators and we have sports management professionals. So you are very much part of that, big wheel. Or you can say a, cycle wheel. If some spokes are missing, the wheel will not be working properly. So sports management is a very important component. And the kind of capacity building which we are looking at, or we are discussing, and we are coming up with the new things is phenomenal. Whatever you see today is happening in the country, we are imagining probably 10 times, 100 times in some fields. And this is what we are going to do in next 3 to 4 years. And we have full support of the government. A lot of details I can't divulge, but the next budget allocation will give a very fair idea where we are headed. Compare it with the previous versions and you will know. So as TOPS, we are you can say we are the face of India's Olympic ambitions. The TOPS athletes, when I say TOPS is not TOPS management, whatever I say is TOPS athletes. So whatever they are doing outside, we doing well at international stage, people winning. And the beauty is, if you will compare the last 10 years, now we have started winning across many more sports. Maybe still not at the World Championship level, but those bases are growing. It is not only about cricket. Phenomenal, hats off to BCCI for doing a good job. But then now we have got many mini BCCIs coming up. And table tennis, Vitadani ma'am is really, she's adopted table tennis and put in so much of effort. So we see a lot of good work going on in table tennis is because of her leadership, mentorship. And like that, we are actually chasing them, to give them one sport. Okay, please adopt this, you adopt this, and you adopt this. And our last visit to Jio Institute about 3 weeks was part of the same strategy. So we are trying to motivate people and the big corporate houses to come forward and help us in this mission. We cannot achieve it alone. We are just enablers. If I have to put it as ministry or as SAI, we are just the glue which is binding the ecosystem. TOPS is the glue which is binding the performance ecosystem. So, I'm very happy the way we are moving, but then there is a lot to be done. And now coming to the next gen sports managers. My advice to you guys only is that, go out on the field first. Even if you're getting a good opportunity to sit in a good office and you feel, wow, I'm starting very good, it will not help you 8 to 10 years down the line. Go to the field, go to the grassroots, and learn from there, because the challenges at grassroots, district level, then state level, if you grow like that, why I'm able to speak with so much of confidence is because I have exactly come through the same system. I've struggled as a player, got played for not going to Asian Games, subsequently took in a challenge, okay, not Asian Game, I'll go to Olympics, and I went to Olympics just with that zid in my mind. And then realizing, okay, I have been able to do, now what do I do? And everybody's time comes that you have to phase out. So I took my call and I phased out when I was at the peak, and then got into administration. And then, the journey still continues, and I'm learning every day. So my advice to you guys only be that go on the field first. Whatever your papers you have written, just experiment on the field first. And it will give you a lot of confidence. It will give you a lot of, maybe spend 2 years, about 4 to 5 years in field. And, you will realize when you are at about 10 to 15 years and you land up in a very good position, the policies you will make, the decisions you will take, and the management capability aura you will bring to the table, it will be practical, implementable. That is what we need. And there is so much, our geographical area is much larger even than the combined Europe. So we need lots and lots and lots of people. We need many institutes like Jio, or, churning out good people who are in management, who are in, sports science. And so the scope is endless. So the more we do, we feel that it is not enough and we need to do more. So this is my only, and the parting shot is that I want that you guys should become able, competent, and confident sports managers, global sports managers and administrators. That will be a true tribute to, the work INSMA has initiated, or what the Jio is trying to do and what our country is trying to achieve. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colonel Johar, for that very, very inspiring talk. The nation has decided, and each one of us at Jio Institute and ISMA and all of us in the room are committed to make sure that the nation wins. Thank you so much. It is now my honor to invite our chief guest, Ms. Vita Dani, the co-owner of Chennai FC, chairperson of the Ultimate Table Tennis team, and the promoter of Dani Sports Foundation, to deliver the chief guest address. Ms. Dani is a visionary sports entrepreneur whose strategic acumen has been fundamental in professionalizing and democratizing the Indian sporting landscape. By pioneering a unique top-down and bottom-up model, she has led Chennai FC to dual championship victories whilst engaging over 1 lakh of children through extensive grassroots programs. Her dedication to elevate Olympic discipline is evident in her establishment of India's first professional table tennis league, providing a critical platform for domestic talent to compete alongside world-class athletes. As the first Indian to serve on the International Table Tennis Federation Foundation's governing board, she stands as a global advocate for utilizing sport as a catalyst for community development and social change. Thank you, Ms. Dani, for joining us today. Can I please invite you on the podium to deliver your address?
A very good morning to each and everyone present here today. First of all, my sincere thanks to Deepak ji, as I call him, and not Chancellor or Dean or anything, and Palak and the entire Jio Institute and INSMA for having me over. When we speak about the rise of Indian sport, I think it's very tempting to celebrate medals, ranking, and record-breaking performances. But I truly believe that the sporting success is not measured only by podium finishes. It's measured also by the strength of the ecosystem that produces the athletes. So this conversation to me is personal, and I'll share my personal journey through this. And it's through Dani Foundation, Dani Sports Foundation, Chennai FC, Ultimate Table Tennis, and all the other initiatives that we are involved with. I want to set the tone of this address with a very famous quote that has always stuck with me, that sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. And these powerful words were said by a visionary leader who showed the world that sport could be a force of unity, healing, and nation building. And of course, these come from none other than Nelson Mandela. So today, India stands at a pivotal moment. For decades, sport was seen as a hobby, more of a recreation that you pursue after your academic rigor, and not alongside. But I think today there is a visible shift. People, now our athletes are competing with the world's best, not because there are rare exceptions, but because India is finally beginning to build a structure that nurtures excellence rather than leave it to chance. But we must acknowledge one truth. India's sporting journey cannot be athlete-led alone. It has to be system-led. The talent exists in every village, every taluka, every zilla, every city, and every state. And if I may talk about Jio Institute, then I would say in every classroom as well. What is scarce is opportunity, access, and sustained support. And that is the gap that we are committed to bridge ourselves. Over the course of my journey in the sporting industry, I believe there are 5 key pillars that help us bridge this gap. First, it's by democratizing the access. Every child, no matter their gender, geography, income, caste, creed, disability, or sexual orientation, deserves a place where they feel seen, safe, and supported with the coaching opportunities, and it allows them to discover the joy of sport early on in life. Over the past decades, our work has focused exactly on this. Under the Dani Sports Foundation, we launched Project Chhalang in 2022, a project that advocates every child's right to play sport. That is 1 hour of play for every child in every school, be it private school, be it government school, or anything else. And here we have reached to more than 500,000 students across 2,300 schools in 23 districts. To building flagship school programs piloted in Pune, now we have reached 10,000 children in 35 schools and expanding it to 70 schools. We have also partnered with Pratham Educational Foundation to strengthen school and community-based programs. We have established a footprints across 540 schools and communities across multiple states in India. In total, it gives me great pleasure to state here that we have positively impacted more than 1 million young lives through sports-driven education and development program across India. Second pillar is to empower coaches. So behind every Olympic medal, there is a coach who is not seen and who is always invisible till the athlete really states the name. And this belief guided us to found Dani Sports Foundation, previously known as ELMS. So along with mentors like Pulela Gopichan, Abhinav Bindra, we have strengthened the coaching system in India. We have trained over 20,000 PE teachers across India through structured modules on physical literacy, child development, and lesson planning. Skilled over 3,000 educators beyond PE teachers to deliver inclusive sports programs. And to expose these coaches and trainers to international standards, we have collaborated with Loughborough University from England, which is world's #1 university, to help them upskill. Of course, I have no doubt that Jio will soon get there too. These coaches and teachers go on to train lakhs of children, creating a multiplying effect that strengthens India's grassroots sporting base, as Colonel mentioned earlier. The third pillar is by strengthening sports science and high performance pathways. The world is not winning because athletes try harder. They are winning because they train smarter. We have to use technology to get the best out of an athlete. Our partnerships with Sports Authority of Gujarat at high performance centers in Nadiad and the Sports Authority of India at the National Center of Excellence at Rohtak embodies this philosophy. Today, across Nadiad and Rohtak, about 617 athletes in 10 sports train in structured high-performance environment that builds on data, sports science, recovery system, and world-class coaching. The results speaks for themselves. Our high-performance sports coaching center at Nadiad secured ISO 9001 2015 certificate for quality systems in training over 267 athletes. Medal counts grew from 65 in 2017 to over 300 in 2025 across all the programs. These are not just isolated victories, but they reflect the power of system-driven athlete development. The fourth pillar is through partnerships, because ecosystems create champions. They always say that if you want to run fast, you can run alone. But if you want to run a long distance, then you got to walk together. So sport cannot transform through isolated efforts. It requires collaboration with the government, private sector, federations, and local communities. A powerful example of one that is very close to my heart is how Ultimate Table Tennis, in its association with TTFI, that is the Table Tennis Federation of India, and multiple brands endorsing the league, has shaped India's international success. For the first time in our nation's history, both men and women's team qualified for Paris 2024 Olympics, with women's team being just one game away from medal. But I wouldn't be disappointed by that. I would be encouraged by saying that we got there and this is just the beginning. Through Ultimate Table Tennis, India's premier national table tennis league, we have partnered with Dream Sports Foundation in season 6 to launch the inaugural edition of Dream UTT Junior. Under this initiative, 8 boys and girls under the age of 15 were drafted into the league's 8 franchisees, gaining a unique opportunity to train alongside the elite Indians and international athletes and learn under the leading coaches of the world. At Chennai FC, we have built a strong and meaningful partnership with Norwich City, and we have built, and as part of this collaboration, our under 12 boys team traveled to Norwich to compete with the prestige MENA Cup. Of course, we faced challenges with Chelsea, Dortmund, Liverpool, and Inter Milan. But I'm really happy to tell you, or rather report over here, that we defeated Dortmund 4-2. And this only kind of consolidates my belief that we as a country can really go a long way, and this is just the beginning. Pertaining to Dani Sports Foundation, we have built a strong alliance, be it with the government of Gujarat or Haryana, a center of excellence. We have also entered into another collaboration with government of Rajasthan, and we are building a roadmap to the sporting excellence with national institute like SAI, with Loughborough University, and with corporates like Tata Trust, SBI, and Bhuja Cement, to name a few. In 2025, we have taken this collaboration further by launching the project Chalang. This is where Dani Sports Foundation builds the capacities of grassroots sports organization. And the vision is to transform India's sports for development ecosystem by strengthening the grassroots to create pathways and supporting change makers and scaling impact through strategic partnerships. We are also undertaking comprehensive impact evaluation study to help elite academies and sports organizations identify the gaps and build strategic roadmaps for sustainable excellence. And finally, the most important pillar is transforming mindsets. As I said earlier, sports is not about just winning medals. It's about identity, discipline, health, resilience, national pride, and of course, a sense of possibility with self-belief. When communities treat sports as essential and not as an option, when parents celebrate efforts and not only victories, when teachers see physical literacy as foundational and not just extracurricular activities, when institutions commit to long-term system instead of just short-term wins. This is when a nation begins to build champions. And the future of Indian sport will not be written in boardrooms or in classrooms, but I think they will be written in sports grounds. And if we continue to build a system where talent meets opportunities, where efforts meet support, where dreams meet structure, India will not just participate on the world stage, but we will define it. From grassroots fields to global arenas, the journey has just begun. Now, it is up to all of us to ensure that it doesn't stop. And to end, I'd like to say, as we all live the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister, I think we must really, I would say, live the dream by saying, "Kheloge to khiloge." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dani. Very, very mesmerizing. And thank you so much for working across all the pillars that you mentioned: young children, grassroots, empowering coaches, integrating technology, and making sure that we're ready for the big global leap. Yes, this is the beginning, and I'm sure the best of India is yet to come. So thank you so much, everybody, for all those very, very beautiful addresses this morning, which have inspired us. And as a nation, I think we're all now driven towards the 2036 Olympic Games. Research is the central pillar of this conference, and over the course of the day, we have a research paper presentations that will offer evidence-based insights into governance, performance, and ecosystem development, which can meaningfully shape the future of sport in India. We have created a compendium featuring all the abstracts that will be presented today. May I now invite back on stage Ms. Dani, Colonel Johal, Dr. Camilla, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Sarthak, Dr. Deepak Jain, Dr. Palak Sheth, Dr. Shailesh Kumar, and Mr. Pramod Jain on the stage to unveil the compendium, and Dr. Pillai. Can I get the compendium copies, please? Can we? Give it to Ms. Nani. Everybody. Okay, can we all put our hands together for this lovely compendium of a beautiful collection of all the hard work put in by so many people here. So, Ms. Dani, can we unveil this and everybody? Please continue the round of applause. It's a lot of hard work in there from a lot of people. And during the course of the day, I do encourage all of you to please go and hear some of these presentations that may be of interest to you. Yeah, can we, I think, hold it up for the photographers, please? Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay. And a soft copy of this compendium is going to be circulated in an email to everybody who's participating here. Also, it will be on the ISMA website and the Jio Institute website, so please do look it up. We now move on to the recognition certificates for our Reliance Foundation athletes who form the core of the sporting ecosystem. Reliance Foundation, under the leadership of its founder and chairperson, has been relentlessly working to strengthen India's sporting ecosystem and support deserving athletes. Over the years, Reliance Foundation has reached more than 23 million children through the education of sport and all programs opening pathways to sport, learning, and opportunity. Today, 35 national record holders are Reliance Foundation athletes with a collective tally of 144 medals across major championships. Quite a feat for all of us. This afternoon, the Reliance Foundation sports contingent is represented by two exceptional athletes, Kishore Jina and Ansi Sojan. To felicitate these athletes, can I please call upon stage Ms. Vita Dani, Colonel Johar, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Siddharth, Shri Siddharth Shankar, and Dr. Palak Sheth. May I now invite on stage Kishore Jina, the Olympian javelin throw from Odisha, who has rapidly emerged as one of India's leading talent. His breakthrough 2023 season included a silver medal at the Asian Games at Hangzhou, where he set a personal best of 87.54 meters, finishing just behind Olympian champion Neeraj Chopra. Kishore, please join us. I think let the applause continue. It's a huge achievement for all of us and a matter of pride for each Indian. Congratulations, Kishore. Can I now ask Ansi Sojan Edapalli, the long jumper from Kerala, who has risen to prominence through consistent performance. She won bronze at the 2023 Asian Games in Hangzhou, marking a breakthrough moment on the continental stage. Can I please invite Ansi on stage? It's a matter of national pride for all of us to be sharing this room with. Thank you so much for recognizing our bright stars. So as we inch, thank you so much, everybody. Dani, you can stay on stage. As we inch towards the end of this ceremony, we would like to felicitate our guests and thank them profusely for being with us this morning. May I now request Dr. Palak Sheth to please facilitate Ms. Dani this morning. Thank you, Ms. Dani. Can we, guys, one of you can come here and take this for her. May I now request Mr. Pramod Jain to please come on stage to felicitate Colonel Johar. Pramod Jain. May I now request Mr. Rakesh Kharbanda to felicitate Dr. Kamila. And may I now sorry. And can I now request Dr. Sheth to come back to please felicitate Dr. Deepak Jain. It's been a fantastic morning, and as we conclude this inaugural session, may I now invite my colleague, Mr. Shiv Shukla, to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sujata. Good morning. As I stand here to give vote of thanks, I would also want to mention that we have research paper presentation, ma'am. You would be happy to know that people have traveled from Manipur, from Coimbatore, from all across the country. I know 5 of them, they took overnight journey because their flight got cancelled. They wanted to ensure that they're here well on time to make the paper presentation. So this is the kind of platform we are able to create. I would first begin with extending our deep gratitude to our chief guest, Vita Dani ma'am. Ma'am, your presentation was very, very inspiring. Your commitment as an owner, promoter, institution builder across multiple sports has established significant benchmark in league development, athlete pathways, and grassroots credibility. Your vision reinforces our collective resolve to strive for excellence and your unwavering commitment towards building a stronger and more sustainable sports ecosystem in the country. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am. Sincere thanks to Colonel Johal. I know I was after you, but I'm sure you enjoyed the session. And I'm sure all of us who are here, we enjoyed listening to you, your own journey and the vision you have brought to the country. Thank you so much. Sincere thanks to Dr. Kamila. I remember we had a brief discussion yesterday. Our apologies that you couldn't present the entire presentation, but whatever you presented, we got the framework. We'll definitely ensure that your PPT, your literature reaches out to all the participants here. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Qatar. We also have Dr. Sarthak Mandal, Dr. Sahen, Sandhya, Arko, entire team. When Palakji told us that we have to do an event, the brief was we have to do a global sports management conference at the campus. And here we are. We have people from consulting world, we have people from industry, from tech, we have somebody from CIF, from FICCI, and a lot of other associations also. So thanks to all of you to ensure that you are here in person on a Friday morning. I also thank Dr. Deepak Jain for outlining the spirit of this gathering. Sir, your call for collective vision and coordinated action reminds us that India's Olympic journey will be driven by collective effort and shared purpose. Thank you so much. I also thank Dr. Palak Seth, Project Director, Jio Institute, for his welcome address and set the intellectual and collaborative tone for this conference, with a clear emphasis on institution building, stakeholder engagement, advancing a research-driven approach to support management in India. There is a famous term in Sanskrit, it's called Vyahamyam, which means today is just the beginning. So we want to ensure you all that we'll keep working towards building a cohesive knowledge-based ecosystem at the campus with the support of all the leaders present here. Thank you so much. I'll request you to also be part of research paper presentations. Sujata will brief you about where it's happening. Thanks again on behalf of the entire Jio Institute family. Thank you.
I think with this, we conclude the inaugural session for the rest of the day. I hope there's a lot of discussion and shared learning. We'll break for a short break now on the for a tea break on the second floor, and then the papers, we reconvene here for the panel discussions after that. Yeah, so we reassemble in about 15 minutes. Yeah, we'll try and keep the tea break to 15 minutes so then we can maintain the schedule. Thank you so much.
request all the guests to please settle down. We are about to start in next 2 to 3 minutes. Can I request everyone to take your seats, please? People who are standing at the back. I again make a request, people. I can see people are still standing. Please take your seat, please. Anvita, can you please request people to take their seats, please? Vishal, you have the presentation ready? Okay.
Starting now. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I am Bharat Tsunami. I'm a postgraduate student of sports management here at Jio Institute. And it is my privilege to welcome you to this session on Grassroots to Glory, Shaping India's Olympic 2036 Vision. To set the context, we are honored to begin with a special address by Sri Narendra Modi, General Manager, Planning Coordination at Gujarat Sports Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited. With over 40 years of distinguished public sector experience, he has been instrumental in developing world-class sports infrastructure across India. As the first ever nodal officer of the Olympic cell at ORDA, he led the Olympic infrastructure readiness study for Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. His portfolio includes pioneering projects such as the Karai Police Sports Academy and the Veer Savarkar Sports Complex. And he is currently guiding Ahmedabad's urban development as it positions itself for the 2036 Olympic Games. Please join me in welcoming Sri Narendra Modi for his special address. Can you switch off the front lights here, please? For visibility of the PPT.
Caller mic is there. Yeah. Okay. इधर ऊपर रख दो. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me, Dr. Palak ji, Jain sir, and Jio team, that I am here and to share the things that we are going to have what we are doing at Gujarat. This is unscripted, so you can in between ask me any question. Just it's a flow of some slides that I will show, that where we are, where we want to go, and at Gujarat level what we are at present doing. So next, please. I'm working as a GM Planning and Coordination Olympic 2036. I'm also Peri-Urban Development of Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority. This is also essential. Not only Olympic is going to be help everybody, but the infrastructure surrounding to the city, and it is also required. So we have planned for it that city should develop in a very good manner, and every aspect should be considered for the citizens. Next, please. So Gujarat Sport Infrastructure Development Company was we have developed since 5 years back, inception. So we are pedaling without noticing, or everybody cannot see that. And 2020 we have initiated where we are. Okay. Thank you. Yes. So this is nice. थोड़ा इधर उधर करने की आदत है मुझे, इसलिए बस ओके विल डू. चलेगा. पलक भाई सबका ध्यान रखते हैं. So Gujarat Sports GSID we have initiated in 5 years back, and first what we have did, that we have gap analysis has been done. So where we are standing, where we have to go, what are the international standards, what is the status of our present stadiums, and that is the facility available for the players. So that has been, gap analysis has been done, and our mandate is established to plan, develop and coordinate sports infrastructure, allied activity for talent development in sports, and hosting major international sporting event. So you will say that since morning we are listening that infrastructure development, stadiums, soft part. Dani ma'am also said that the things, but we are here doing the same thing from the grassroots level. I will show you that how we are going to achieve this, because only creating a stadium, a mammoth, elephant won't help anybody. वो तो कोई भी कर सकता है, फिर बाद में उसको रन करने के लिए it is much more necessity that it should run very easily. जैसे जियो इनके हाथों में अभी चल रहा है. So that is very good sign. Next, please. So you can see national proximity, global edge. Why Gujarat? Anybody will say that why Gujarat? 5 years back we have a mandate, and the mandate was given by Honorable Prime Minister sir and UHM sir. Sports capital of the India, Ahmedabad, and we are working on it, and I will show you that how it will be, the dream will be come true. So you can see that Gujarat is a very well connected with all the things, and flight is 3 hours, maximum 3 hours span is there. So from any part of the India, any destination that can be connected to the Ahmedabad. One more airport is also Dholera coming up. Next. So event ready international grade competition, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar. So this is the must. I want to show you that you can see the airport, Sardar Vallabhbhai International Airport is here, and within 5 kilometer radius, Mahatma Gandhi Ashram is there. Ahmedabad World Heritage City, the city is heritage city is there. Many more. This is Narendra Modi Stadium. Then SVP Enclave that we are going to develop. SVP Enclave. I will talk to it later on. SAG Arena. Then IIT Gandhinagar. GIFT City is also coming up. Karai Police Academy. This is the available facilities, but we are going to revamp it with a new international standard. And this will also act for our police department and all other necessary for the training purpose of the police and home department. This AK Arena is there. Sabarmati Riverfront already there. Ma'am is going to be visit tomorrow. So Gujarat University is there. We have just recently constructed Naranpura Sports Complex at the cost of 852 CR. It's a world-based, you can say that, aquatic stadium, and many more things can be done. Tennis and all other things can be also done here. Next, please. So, to achieve this, yes, we do the infrastructure, stadium will be there, but what about the players and what about the software part of the players? And because they need a basic infrastructure facility at their residence, nearby their residence level. So this is a type of pyramid. Grassroots level is there, intermediate is there, and elite is there. Grassroots center sports that nourishes standard safe FOPs, basic sports equipment we provide, advanced training center, and HPC, high performance center. Dani Madam was telling about the Nadiad. We are also going to have one in Gandhinagar also. The construction is going on. So that is also we are planning. Next, please. So without policy, you cannot do many more things. You have a clear vision. So in 2022, Government of Gujarat has a 13-point policy is there. So you can see that, if I should read because you will not be able. Governance and administration, sports infrastructure, sports goods manufacturing, private sector, incentive, rewards and support, supporting competitions and events, excellent programs, support personal development, para and special sports, upskilling, reskilling of athletes, increase participation, ethics and integrity, new age and future ready initiative. So these are the 13s that policy we have framed out in 2022 and we are also reforming this at present, looking to the requirement. Next, please. So to define the what will be the facility that will be available at which level, that has to be also calculated and very planned out. You can see that grassroots, that is a taluka level, 15-20 villages and the taluka sport is there. In schools, then district sports, that is one district is there. So then journal is also there. HPC high performance is there. So as per their requirement, that is Shakti Dut, and their capability and their what you call skills, we can upgrade the players and they will get the benefit of the stadiums and the infrastructure facility. We also scholarship is also given to these people. Next. So this is a basic blueprint of the Taluka Sports Complex. Unique feature, low cost and easy maintenance, stable and dust-free as per requirement. Indoor halls act as a disaster shelter also. Flood cyclone में भी काम आ सकता है. And indoor facility like badminton, basketball, judo, kabaddi, shooting, table tennis, outdoor 200-meter athlete track, football ground, kho-kho, kabaddi, that is Indian games that can also be played off. The impact, what will be the impact of this thought? That is assist in talent identification of budding athletes, provide grassroots athletes proper resources to practice and develop the skills, improving the sports culture, health, fitness across the state. So these are the, I think, clear-cut mindset of our government of Gujarat and the policymaker who are doing this, that this should be the framework and we should work not on a different direction, but this should be the blueprint that we have to work on. Next, please. So this will be the picture of that Taluka sports. Next. District sports. Next. Next, please. Zonal sports. That is the things that he will get very much attention and training, and the facilities at zonal will be very good. Next 5 years. Okay, next please. A detailed selection criteria prepared for selection of location for the development of zonal sports complex. Central location that we are internal that we are doing. Next please. Zonal sport complex to be developed through two primary processes. What are the criterion for selection and what will be the things that we are going to do? Next. This is the layout of the zonal sport. You can see everything has been well integrated, so it can be utilized for each and every sports. Maximum sports can be played there. Next. What I am talking about, this is a 852 CR aquatic center with the 1,500 capacity. Indoor hall is 5,000 or more capacity. Community sports center, and recently our Honorable UHM sir has approved the inaugurated it in 2025. So it is from the Khelo India budget. Next. So this is the story behind the curtain that we are propelling, and to develop our skills and to prepare ourselves so that there should not be any disaster, and to also have a confidence that we can have some such type of international tournaments and the games. So we won the bid of the World Police and Fire Games. So Gujarat in Ahmedabad and Sardar Patel Statue of Unity in 2029 we are going to have these World Police and Fire Games. You can see that which game will be played where, that has been defined. At present, we are talking about 2025, and this is going to be after 4 years. But this has been sorted up, and any stadium can be built within 3 years. So, but these are the reading and going on because you can see that Narendra Modi Stadium is there. Naranpura Sports Complex is there, Sai is there, Mahatma Mandir is there, so Rashtriya Raksha Samiti, these all facilities are existing. We have to convert for the World Police and Fire Game, some minor changes are required. Next please. So now come to the very much talk about on 26 we have been awarded the Commonwealth Games. And you can see the master plan of the Commonwealth Games also. So, as per the things that 5 kilometer radius, 10 kilometer, 15 kilometers, there is one criteria that within 30 minutes, all the places should be interconnected. That is media center or your that stadium should be within a reach of 30 minutes. So we have done this. Or behind the scene, we have transport mobility plan, environment impact plan, social impact is there. Our IIM Ahmedabad is impact study is going on at present, and that they are doing. Many more international company like Deloitte Soumya is here, and they are working. EY is there, Populous is there. They are working with us since 2-3 years on these projects, and we have a very good outcome that I will show you in the end, that what we have finalized. Next. So you can see that venue master plan. This is the thing. Next. So sports infrastructure for Commonwealth Games, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, Vadodara, and metro and high-speed railway is also going to be there. So Vadodara will be only the 30 minutes or so, and Mumbai will be 4 hours maximum, 3 hours at a distance. High-speed railway is there, and it is going to be commissioned by 2027 by NEV. Next. So this is on 26th November. We got the confirmation that we are hosting the Commonwealth Games in Ahmedabad. Next, please. So Commonwealth Games 2000 sporting disciplines. Core sport 8, 9 optional sports, and 2. So total 19 sports will be played. Which games are there and where it will be played? That blueprint is also ready. Next. Next. This is Commonwealth, some pictures that at that time I have clip, but I won't able to play now. But we have Garba. At that announcement, we have done that. Many more has seen that video clip also. Next. So road to 2036. So you can see that Gujarat infrastructure plus system positioning integrated over 2036. If we have completed World Police and Fire Game, we are organizing Commonwealth Games, then no doubt that we are going to host 2036 Olympic. This is thing. Somebody say that this is a you can say that over-ambitious thing and it won't be possible. Then I said, we are working not only the targeting that 2036 is only our target. Our target is health, infrastructure, sports facility, and to create the awareness among the society for these only. This is our main motto. These are the sidelines that we will get, that Olympic we will get. Okay, we will get. That's all. If these things are there, then we are definitely going to get these things. Next, please. So, this is one high performance center at Gandhinagar. It is under construction. Just Dani ma'am mentioned that she is handling the Nadiad, but this is Ahmedabad in Gandhinagar near SAG. That is our office is there, Sports Authority of Gujarat, and that we are construction is going on. Next, please. So this is the outlook of that thing. Next. So now the revealing of the things. These facades and all other things has been designed, already designed, and we are coming up by tender by February or March, within 3 months. All the tender on EPC mode has been designed. Tender document is going to be weighted, and these are the facade things. That is, we are going to aquatic center, tennis center, multi-purpose arena, athletic stadium, shooting center, and multi-sport arena. There are 2 places that we have SVP enclave, that is near the Narendra Modi Stadium, and the Karai, that is police stadium, is there, and we are going to reconstruct it and to have a very good facility for our home department, that is police department, and military also they can use next. So, and one more at SVP Enclave, NIS is also going to be, we are going to establish National Institute of Sports Excellence on the footprint of Jio. You can say. Next, sir. So, the grassroots of global of Gujarat sports journey. 2010 we have started, and I think I have joined from here, 2020. And the rest is, since 5 years we are working vigorously, undoubtedly. And what Colonel Sir told us that he come out at 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. he goes to the home, and 24/7 in our mind, this is going on. Tops is going on in his mind, and in our mind, Olympic is going on next. So if you don't have the right kind of facilities, that it become increasingly difficult for the players. This is the Virat Kohli statement, and very true that we have to provide our citizens, our children's, our that students, that proper infrastructure facility, and the institute like Jio, they will guide them that what is the technically required. So both things and the infrastructure facility, I think this will be going to be India on the sports capital, on the, you can say, horizon of the world, that India will be the best. Thank you. Next. Gujarat Promise. CWG as the new horizon, 2000 as the next stride, the work starts now. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that I have finished in time. Many more things to share. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Insightful presentation. Now I'd like to request Dr. Palak Sheth to kindly felicitate Dr. Modi for it.
How nice is it that I am here? He is the man behind. So once I was in a mood that I should cancel the program, he said, no, you should not. And Kishan is there. Where is Kishan? So both were there. And thank you the Jio team. And I am first time here, but I see that there is a international class. Sir, congratulations. You mentioned the thing.
And I think as we are embarking journey on various global competition, I think the people like Narendra Bhai Modi and so many people are working tirelessly. We have got opportunity to sit in such a wonderful place, but how do we build it? And how do we sustain and use it? That's what they are thinking throughout. And I think working with the pressure of Amit Bhai, Narendra Bhai Modi, and politically managing the things on the ground, managing so many consultants, managing so many architect agencies, it's very difficult. So I think let's give a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Now we'll be moving forward with the panel discussion for today. This session is about grassroots to glory, shaping India's Olympic 36 vision. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the chair of today's session, Mr. Ankush Arora, CEO of Rugby India. Ankush brings over a decade of leadership in Indian sport with key roles in India's first FIFA Under-17 World Cup, 2017 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, and the AFC Women's Asian Cup in 2022. Please join me in welcoming the chair of today's session, Mr. Ankush Arora. Let me now introduce our distinguished panel for today. Our first panelist is Ms. Soumya Jain, Director in Government Consulting at Deloitte India, specializing in sports advisory. With over 13 years of experience working with state governments, she leads major projects on grassroots sports infrastructure and brings deep expertise in the public sector program design, policy formulation, and stakeholder engagement in the sports domain. Please join your hands together to welcome Ms. Soumya. Our next panelist is Padma Shri K.Y. Venkatesh, a para-athlete and a sports administrator. A celebrated multi-sport para-athlete who has represented India internationally since 1994. He has won numerous medals at the World Drop Games and other global events. And now he serves as the Secretary of Karnataka Para Badminton Association, championing opportunities for persons with disabilities in sport. We welcome you, sir. Joining us is Ms. Dipti Bopaya, board member at the Go Sports Foundation. An athlete turned banker turned administrator, she led Go Sports as CEO for 13 years, supporting the journey of over 70 Olympians and Paralympians, including a whopping 18 Paralympic medalists. She has also co-founded Meraki Sport and Entertainment, playing a pivotal role in India's high-performance sports system. We welcome you, ma'am. Our final panelist is Dr. Sankar UV, Director of the Sports School and former Sports Director at Jain University. With more than 25 years in sports education and athlete development, he has mentored a host of Olympians and international athletes while creating pathways that balance academic excellence with elite sporting achievement. We welcome you, sir. With that, I would like to invite a moderator, Dr. Sahin Gupta, Vice President, INSMA. Dr. Gupta is a leading sport and performance psychologist with experience across ICC Cricket World Cups, World Championships, and Olympic competitions. I would now hand over to Dr. Gupta to start our discussion.
I'm delighted to be associated with the Indian Sports Management Conference 2025, and I commend INSMA for consistently driving thoughtful, evidence-based conversations around India's sporting future. As highlighted in India at the starting line, India's Olympic journey towards 2036 cannot be judged only by medals. True sporting success will be measured by how deeply sports is embedded in our schools, communities, and our everyday lives, and by how many people are given the right and the opportunity to play. If we get participation right, joyful, inclusive, and accessible, high performance will naturally follow. But this also demands better governance, long-term strategy, thinking, investment in coaching and women's sport, and an unified national vision rather than fragmented efforts. I regret not being able to join the panel in person as I am on national duty in Lausanne, but I am confident that this distinguished group of panelists will explore practical pathways to turn India's growth into sporting glory. I wish you a stimulating discussion and the conference every success.
Firstly, am I audible? Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. The intention of this panel was to look at the structure itself, to start from right as a child at the age of 3, 4, whose parents introduce him or her to sport, to hopefully someone who represents our country at the Olympics. And there's so many people in that journey. from so many different professionals, some people just out of passion. And that's why we've assembled this. And that's why we're going to try to have a conversation and to bring all the perspectives within that. So I'm not going to introduce anyone, but I'm going to ask everyone a simple question. Imagine that everyone in this audience has no idea about sport. Okay? How would you describe what you do to them? Could we start with you, Dipti?
Hi, everyone. It's lovely to be here in a room full of future leaders in sport. What we do, you always have to have an elevator pitch, and what we use is we create Olympians and Paralympians for India.
Thank you.
So we usually use whistles or third umpire to make decisions. At Deloitte, we are the third umpire, and we give them the spreadsheets to make decisions. So that's what I do.
Thank you.
Everyone say humor is the essence of life. I say sports is the part of the life.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here today. At Rugby India, we are the national sports body for rugby in India, and our responsibility is to getting to more and more people to play rugby in the country and getting Indian rugby teams to do better at the international platforms. So that's our job.
Thanks.
Good morning to one and all. Being part of the university sector, I would like to congratulate all this young audience who are going to be the future leader of sports tomorrow. And being part of the university, I would like to tell only one thing, that sports is the way of life, and you have chosen the right field. And India is now going to boom in sports. So you are all in the right field. So that's how I would look at the future of sports. Thank you.
Perfect. Keep it. We're going to come back a lot. So let's start with something we've already talked about. All of our distinguished speakers talked about systems and the importance to develop an ecosystem which goes beyond just one or two isolated areas of success. With all your areas of specialization in terms of what you do, what does a system or an effective system look like for you in your disciplines and your area of work? So should we start with you, Samya?
At the risk of sounding a little cliche, an efficient system is जिसमें पूरी कायनात साथ में आ जाती है. To put it very straight, in a straightforward manner, right from how your competitions are structured, right from how the scoring happens, how well trained your PE teachers are, your coaches, to how strong the governance itself is, how well the NSFs work with the state government. You know, a lot of eminent speakers have suggested that it can't be athlete-led or a system-led, right? I cannot emphasize the importance that the association between the NSF and the state governments and Government of India, of course, can play in improving our overall system. Then one of the other aspect, which often, unfortunately, is missed or not really, has not been emphasized, is data, right? So many players come into our system every day, every hour. And so quickly, they also somehow vanish from our systems, right? When a child starts to play, they reach into school, eventually say inter college, university. What happens to them after? What happens to a child when they don't even reach university, right? What is the backup plan for them? When we as consultants, as professionals, are continuously trained on other skills, why do we kind of forget to train that child also who kind of, who misses the inter-university? So I think the cohesiveness between the athlete pathway, the governance of how our competitions are structured, how our data-driven decision-making happens, and how our data is disclosed. I think all these components, or to say the Kayanat, needs to come together.
Thank you. I'm going to jump to Ankush, if that's okay. So as someone who leads a National Sports Federation and NSF, how would you sort of add on to that or share your experience of a system that you have tried to develop?
So I would say that at National Sports Federation level, it is our responsibility to create the systems, create the ecosystems that lead to high performance, that lead to grassroots participation, because ultimately we have been given the responsibility by the world bodies, the Asian bodies, and by the government of India to create pathways for athletes to play the sport, to select national teams, to give them the right training, to give them the right infrastructure to go and perform at the best level at the international competitions, We need to work, we need to have plans and processes in place which can encourage governments to support it, us, be it central, be it state governments, be it universities, be it schools. How do we professionalize our state bodies? How do we professionalize our district bodies? I think that's why the role of a national sports body, I would say we are at the center of, we are at the heart of it. So we have to create systems and processes that lead to excellence overall.
Mr. Venkatesh, from your example and from your experience in parasport and just coaching and leadership, how would that system look like in your experience so far?
See, compared to normal sports or para sports, we have categories.
Of course.
Depending upon their disability. So you don't, I'm sorry, you should not use the disability, differently abled. So there are 7 categories. So we have major problems with, we have to classify them. When we identify them, we have to classify them. After classification, what sports? Because most of them, they don't have common sports. But in athletics, they have some, they don't have. If they're in a wheelchair, they will have only field events, track events for other this. Like that, we have the things, platforms. So those platforms, we are trying to do that. That platform we have done already. Before it was not there. After 2004, before 2004, we were finding it very difficult. The government was not supported. Means they didn't have the idea. After Devendra won gold medal, the government got the awareness. Oh, there is an event and this is a thing. And that is the first medal for India. Even normal, they had not got the Olympic medal. So there the awareness got spread. Now we have what our Modi ji said, the university, the SAI special camps all are there for para.
Of course.
Everything. And the major thing for our para, accessibility, user-friendly vehicle. Like that we can do, we have done, we will do it.
And hopefully we can all enable that even more.
Surely, we'll do it.
Deepti, I'm going to jump over to you. Similar question, but a slightly different twist, if that's okay. You're a person who's been an athlete, who's then been a banker, who's then been in sport for a longest time. So different systems at all the 3 levels. Is there any learnings across them and that you've used?
I think being an athlete, and I didn't play at the highest level, you have to also know your potential. And after working with top elite athletes, I'm glad I did not pursue it after a point. So only at a state level. In fact, Shankar sir, I used to play basketball for Bangalore University. So nice to be on the same panel with him. So I think broadly, when you look at sport, and then I got into HSBC for 6 years. A lot of how you actually deal with life is what you do on the court. So whether you are in any environment, you're pretty much planning, preparing, getting ready with how you did when you were playing sport. So I think that has been a commonality. And even with administration, I think 2008, when we started the foundation as well, this is the role of the government. This is the role of the National Sports Federation, right? So why is the civil society body and private people coming in to take sport into their hands? Today, you have a lot of foundations, you have different people coming in. But I think the broader piece is, what is the role of sport in our society? Why do we play sport? Why is there universities today? Why are there conferences happening? Why, when we came into sports administration, there was no concept of sports administration. Today, you all are very fortunate to actually have to learn and sit in this room and listen to people. Ours is all trial and error, right? And we'd be so dependent on the athlete to guide us on, okay, what should we do now? Okay, your flight's not happening. Okay, where can we book now? When is your next competition? So we've learned on trial and error. Today, we're putting in a system, and this whole vision of setting up the Olympics, and I would say Olympics and Paralympics, we have to start using it together as a society, not just Olympics, because any country that gets awarded the Olympics also gets the Paralympics.
Paralympic Games.
And it is the parallel of the Olympics. So I think our language and usage should also change, given that we're working in this area. So as a sports person, you tend to use those skill sets for life. It doesn't go away from you. It just keeps you on track and it keeps coming up with the next challenge. And I think the biggest lesson is you learn to fail. And we learn to fail very easily, and then you cry about it, and then next day morning you'll have to get back and again figure out how to make it happen. So I think that's pretty much commonality for me across multiple work streams.
Perfect, thank you. So we obviously, everyone in the room knows the steps to become a doctor. You go to medical college, you do residency, etc. But education with sport is quite a different challenge. So Dr. Shankar, from your experience, how have you navigated that in the last 2 decades or more?
More than that, I will just go one step further and then come to that point. See, first and foremost, we need to have ethics and principle. We should not always talk of winning. And here we talk especially winning at any cost. That's not the way to play the sport, And if you look abroad, the university sector gives maximum medals at Olympics. Unfortunately, that's not happening in India, and things are changing. So for the good, with this Khelo India University Games, it's as Deepthi ma'am was saying, that there's a lot of trial and error going on there also. There were some unfortunate incidents where one athlete was running in the Khelo India University Games, and we had a lot of issues in that. But definitely a lot of trial and error going on, and a lot of good things are happening there. So first and foremost, we should create athletes with integrity so that they go on to do well. And we should not only talk of winning, as a lot of people in the panel as well as speakers were speaking on that. We need to have a lot of integrity and not at any cost win, because that's not good for the country going forward. So we may win at this level. At Olympic, you cannot do anything. Everything is clear there. So we need to bring that integrity in sports. That's one point which I wanted to put across to the future leaders in sports. And then other thing which he put across, how education and sports, it is very important to balance education, because education is a must. How do you manage? Like, for example, at our grassroots programs, what we run in Bangalore, we have divided into 4 hours of academics and 6 hours of sports. So a child is busy 10 hours. So we are not compromising on academics. So it is our system which we need to guide the athlete. Now with the NEP 2020, you have hybrid model also. A sportsman can take his exams online. Thanks to COVID. COVID opened the eyes of online education in India, and now things are making big things in the academics as well. And most of our are telling that a lot of people don't go beyond 12th standard. And we need to strengthen the university sector, because an athlete, after he finishes under 19, normally what happens is people try to take this advantage, because most of the states give sports quota for engineering, medical, so on and so forth, and they move on. So that's something which we need to have the athletes perform at the highest level, and see to it that institutes like Go Sports, OJQ, and JSW, Jio, they can do wonderful things of maintaining the athletes and seeing that India gets glory at the international level. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next question comes from, I think, some work experience that we all share. Institutions are not built in a day, neither is any form of successful entity. And there are often moments when we worked so hard on something and it's then finally worked out well. There are often times when it doesn't work out well as well, but let's start with the positives. So in your experience, let's call it in the last decade, so that we're more up to date, what has been a successful story like that, where in your professional life, in the impact sense of in sport, what has really worked out well as a success story? And could you share it? Go for it. Start off with that.
Lots of it. I think the women in sports space has been absolutely exciting and incredible. For us, when we were thinking about what are the areas we want to support, we wanted to look at spaces, and we're very fortunate to have Rahul Dravid and Pullela Gopichan and Abhinav Bindra at that point of time, who are our mentors, and who said that obviously India has a lot of talent, right? We're 1.4 billion people, and there's no dearth of talent. It's really the process and the system. But if you don't create role models, if you don't show the possibility of saying, hey, I have done this, so it is possible, nobody else is going to take it up. So for me, a story which is extremely close to my heart is actually a story of Bhavani Devi. I don't know how many of you all know her, but she's a fencer. And she she actually put fencing on the world map for India. She was India's first athlete to qualify for the Tokyo Olympics. So when we picked up fencing, I still remember conversations were like, what is fencing? Who is playing fencing? How do you even know what to do? But we learned with her. We learned along with her. And just to let you know now, when she was playing, probably about 50, 60 athletes participated at a national level. Today, you have close to 3,000 athletes participating in the fencing nationals. One athlete who made it to the Olympics, and what that ripple effect can be. So I think women in sport, again, from a data standpoint, India has won 20 Olympic medals so far. Do you know how many medals women have won in that 20? So you're very optimistic. 8, right? Which is amazing. 8 out of the 20 medals is actually won by women. So when you invest in women, I think we've seen the effect of it, not just for that athlete, but for the sport, for the community. Just the possibilities opening up has been really, really special. So I think that's been something that's very, very close to my heart.
Absolutely. Thank you. Samya?
So I will talk about the process part of it, which is my main job. So about 4 years ago, when we started working with the government of Gujarat, I think our clear mandate was to support grassroots development. And I think that is where I kind of also found my satisfaction at work. India doesn't lie primarily in tier 1 cities, let's be honest, right? Yeah. Majority of the population resides in tier 3 villages. So we had to get them on field. Right, we can construct all the kinds of stadiums and sports complexes in Ahmedabad, Bombay, Bangalore, but that will support our initiative, but that will not give us the result that we're looking at. Right, we want to make sports a mass movement. So when we started working about 4 years ago, we streamlined the entire process of how sports infrastructure should be accessible to everyone. We started working on what is it that the village people need. Athletics is the mother of all sports, right? It's easy. You get people to run, they will run. So we just created playgrounds and everybody was on the field. The usage of those playgrounds was incredible. All governments, I think it's a fair statement to make, struggle with the usage of their infrastructure, right? We went low cost. We made a model which was scalable, like Modi sir also showed, right? We have Taluka Sports Complex, we have District Sports Complex, we have their type designs. Identify a land and you can just create it. There is no bureaucracy in it. There is no, let's reinvent the wheel every time we want to construct something. We just streamline the entire process. And that is how we made sports actually more accessible, right? The intention is to get everybody on the field. So every district complex will have a court. It will have a multi-purpose hall. It will have athletics infrastructure. The Taluka Sports Complex would be a little customized as per, the region's intent. So we just got everybody to play on the field. I think that has, for me, improving the entire process of grassroots infrastructure has been the satisfying factor for me.
I think that was a great insight because Colonel Johal has also talked about from sport management professionals, and as we're learning to start from there and build up from there, because that's where India's sporting story starts, 9 times out of 10 at least.
Absolutely.
Please.
See, now the 2004, I said, before 1994, many coaches were scared to coaches because of our para thing. If something happens again, para, they will be thinking. And even the stadium infrastructure, it was not so user-friendly. In Bangalore, Kantir was stadium. Like that, many stadiums. It was very difficult for us. But somehow we manage. What I say, all things are possible. If you have willpower and make it. So that started in the 1994, where our players, means I and other players, senior players, we funded for ourselves. We went to other countries. Many of them won medals. Those days, the media was only the newspaper. The newspaper in some white column, it was to come us. That's how it spread. And when the role model like Murlikant Petkar is there, Malati Olla, Devendra, these people who are made as a celebrity, that role model and the media, social media and everything, it spread. Now our para players are doing the bit.
Thank you.
So taking a cue from what Deepti said and what Soumya said as well, I mean, from a Rugby India perspective, what has been really heartening for us has been the progress of women's rugby in the country. I think rugby as a federation started off focusing on equal participation in men and women 10 years back itself. And right now we have equal participation in men and women in the country. And around early 2020, we had an ambition that, okay, let's set a goal for ourselves. And we set the goal that we want to take Indian women's rugby team to the Olympics. And 2032, I think, was the dream that we had set at that point of time. And since then, every decision that we have been taking when it comes to women's rugby is with the objective of taking Indian rugby to the Olympics in 2032, 2036. That's been the ambition, and that is now starting to deliver results. So talking about just this year itself, I mean, our women qualified for the Asia Rugby 7 Series, which is a Division 1 of Asia Rugby and we, in our debut season, we finished 6th. We entered the competition as 10th. We finished as 6th, 4 places above what we were supposed to be. We defeated higher ranked teams. The team showed real heart and grit. And that kind of is very satisfying for us. That gives us the satisfaction that we are working on the right path. Our youth teams are doing really well as well. We are in top 3, top 4 of Asia right now. And to put into perspective, if we move into the top 2 of Asia, we have a chance of making it to the Olympics. So that's the dream. That's been the systems that we have put in place, and that's been very satisfying for us as a federation level.
Perfect.
My journey of 30 years in sports, I would just give you 2 examples of it. The one I would like to say, when Rohan Bopanna started playing in the year 1999, and when he joined me, there was a phase where he was breaking. He wanted to quit the game because tennis was quite expensive and it was very difficult. And those days, we didn't have Go Sports, we didn't have OJQ, so on. But then that was tough days. I traveled with him around the world in the 2000 when our university, then we were a college, sponsored. So that was the breaking point. And when I worked around him and he did well, and you all know he went on to become world #1. So it's only stay with your athletes, believe in them, and keep supporting them. Come what may, you know, you'll be successful in life. Whether you do well in sports or no, you'll be successful in life because sports teaches you to win and lose. No other profession teaches you that. So please stay with your athletes and keep pushing them. That is as far as Rohan is concerned. And the other example I would give is when Nityashri came to me to join. She's a badminton player, para-athlete. So there was a lot of, think tanks of the institutions were little not ready to give admissions and so on. I had to fight tooth and nail to give her admission. And once I asked her, promise me you'll do well. You know, I cannot ask more from an athlete. She went on to win a bronze medal in Paris 2024. I cannot ask anything more. So these are the 2 examples I would like to tell you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So a bit of context, my entire doctoral research was on resilience, which is about understanding difficulties, acknowledging them, and then moving forward. And let's be honest, sport teaches us one thing: you will probably fail 70% of the time and then win 30% of the time. And I'm sure that we've all done projects, tried something new, innovated or tried to, and it hasn't quite worked out. And we often don't talk about that in a public stage. So if you are okay to share an example of how you tried something and it didn't work, what you learned from it and how you developed from there, I think that would be a great way to understand that not everything is perfect when we go from grassroots, from a play to compete to hopefully a winning model, but at least a learning model from there.
Okay, I'm going to actually talk about the para space, primarily because today it is successful. But I remember the first few conversations with many donors, and it was very difficult to actually communicate why you should support a para athlete, right? Because at that point of time, it is like, who goes to the Paralympics? And I'm talking about 2008 and 12, and after that it's been great. So even 2016, the contingent that went, any idea how many people went from India for Rio Paralympics?
20 odd, right?
No, just 19, right? And China? Yeah. Right, they had an entire building and we had a floor. And I have had the good fortune of being at Rio Tokyo and Paris, and just seeing how that whole movement has grown. But I think there is a mindset we spoke about in the morning, that why do we play sport and what is the role of society? So I'm going to give a very small example of a para athlete over here, that most of the time when we view disability in India, there are two ways, actually three ways of how disability happens, right? One, you're either born with it. Second, there is an accident that changes your life overnight. And three, it's probably medical negligence. And in India, it's very high in all categories. So most of the para athletes who actually go on to make it have lived like you and me, and something has happened, and then life has changed, and then they've had to figure out what to do. So initial conversations, nobody looked at it from a lens of sport. It was always a sympathy angle. Oh, we'll buy a wheelchair. Oh, we'll give them, it was, Sir will know very well, when he was playing, there was no concept of high performance. So it actually has taken a good, 15 years now to change that perception that Paralympics is also high performance. And you have 5,000 of the best athletes in the world who come and compete, just like how you have in the Olympics. So I think the lesson I have learned is, you may find few takers early on, but don't give up at that stage, because usually people come in when things are great. People don't come in when things are an idea. So even if you look at CSR at that point of time, the early years, we used to go to friends and family to raise funding.
Of course. Yeah.
Right? And then we obviously stopped getting invited to many functions because we were only asking for money. But then, thanks to CSR, I think it's changed the face of Indian sport in such a big way. And a lot of the success that we're seeing is because of that.
Yeah.
So when you look at any new idea or concept, I think it takes time. When you all come into schools and colleges, even when parents put their children in school, they put them in first standard and they wait for 10 years to get to 10th standard. Only in sport, we'll put our child for a weekend competition and training. And in 3 months, they have to win a state championship, right? Lots of parents are nodding their head.
Minimum.
Right? You want to win immediately. But sport is not like that. It is a 8, 15, 20-year journey. Yeah. And you may make the Olympics, right? It is such a long route. And in that process, you see people failing more than you see success. Over the last 13 years of 250 athletes, I think maybe 70 have made it, the rest have not made it. And these are the best in the country, right? So I think the lesson is hang in there, because you're not just learning the sport and the skill, but you can give back and contribute so much more to sport. And the university part, that is the biggest link for the ecosystem. If you're not going to strengthen that, like our NCAA models, and now you have the institute, we're not going to really see the result, because 10th standard and 12th standard,
finish.
You drop out.
The hobby finishes.
Yeah, the hobby is over, or you get you get a college admission and you play for some time, and that's it.
Dr. Shankar, so when athletes come after the college admission, what has worked, what has not?
See, basically, they need a little bit of encouragement, and the only thing the athletes ask is to be very straightforward. They need attendance, they need internal marks, they need support, they need some grace mark, which all universities should bring in a sports policy to support these athletes, because they are all national treasure in their own way. We should support them, and that's how we can see. If you ask me today, I have been failing even today. Until India gets more than 10, 15, that's the minimum gold medals. We are all in the work in progress. So let's all accept that it's a long journey. Let us accept what is the gaps, and let us, now things are changing, and a lot of things are happening. So future, I'm confident that we'll have a lot of medals. But then from the education sector, I can only tell everyone that be compassionate to all the athletes, and let us talk, because there is a gap between the principal and the teachers and the students. My only humble request to all the teachers are, look at athletes, because they are doing dual roles. That is managing studies and managing sports. It's not easy. So let us all be compassionate towards them and support them. Results will automatically come. I believe in this. Thank you.
Tommy, I'm going to jump to you on that.
So unfortunately, Deepthi, I'm also one of those who stopped playing because I had 12th. So unfortunately, I'm one of those. Yes. And then, of course, once I got myself enrolled in a college, and I'm like, okay, fine, ab to time hai. So unfortunately, I think the lack of awareness is a big concern. And I think while you said that universities are important, I think schools are of a greater importance. I stated this in my initial dialogue that we need to create a structure for the athletes, right? Now we have the NEP, we have the NSP. When a regular child goes to school, there's a set plan. 10th है 12th है, ये tuitions पे जाना है, ये extra curricular करने हैं, इतने certificates लेके आने हैं, अच्छा SOP बनाना है, अच्छे college में जाना है. It's a set pattern for all of us, right? It's ingrained in our DNA. What is the pattern for a sports student, right? It is something that we've not really worked upon. If we have the NSP and we have the NEP, where is the credit system, right? How much are our parents or our society actually aware of? I have a team working in education. I have a team working in sports. I have my nieces and nephews. And with personal experience, I'm telling you, most of the people are almost clueless or have limited knowledge about how these two policies integrate. I think so we have to really bring in the parents aspect into our sports education. So I think that is one. Second, like I said, we have a set pattern of 3 से 4 tuition है, 4 से 5 tuition है. What is the competition structure, right? Having one inter-school maybe once a year, once a quarter, is that enough, right? Can we not have a school calendar? So for example, if we create something like an India Super League, starting from January, we have the inter-schools, then we go to inter-taluka, inter-district, we get into the states, we get into the zonal rounds. Can we not have those calendars? Can we not have a Rajasthan versus Maharashtra for a week, right? We have South Africa versus India. So why can't we have these invitations? So I think in general, where I would want to work more with personal experience and professional is how do we strengthen the competition structure? It has to be a continuous event. And it is not just beneficial for the athletes. You are exposing you're giving the exposure to your PE teachers, right? You're getting your coaches experience what competition and constant competition looks like, right? There are a lot of sports which are, for example, I think one of the disciplines of swimming, I think diving has a proportion of perceptive scoring, right? How do we train our coaches to understand how that perceptive scoring has to be done if we don't give them the exposure? Yeah. I think so. If we just really focus on the parents and the competition structure, I think we'll be in a better place.
Perfect. Ankush, I'll jump to you on that.
From a National Sports Federation perspective, I think if 3 pillars I have to say, which are the 3 pillars of a national sports body, I would say ethics, transparency, and data would be the 3 most important ones. On the ethics and transparency front, I would say we have done fairly well, but data has been something where we have been trying to make attempts and then not been able to. So the idea for us is to that whoever is playing the sport in the country, wherever they are playing the sport in the country, we need to capture that. We need to have that information with us, because then if you know, okay, in this district, these many people are playing, but there's no coach there. Okay. We can provide a coach there. In this state, there are so many people playing the sport, but there are not many coaches, not many referees, not limited competitions. We can include more competitions in that. So we have been trying to use technology for this to try and capture each and every individual coaching, playing, refereeing, clubs, academies on one platform. We have had some success, but it's not gone the way we envisioned it would. A lot of its resistance from the districts, from the states, from the players to be on this kind of a platform, and it's all about being educating them about
awareness
the
and the education part comes in again.
Creating awareness, why it will benefit them. To the extent we have gone that now all our competitions are digital. The certificate issuance is digital. Okay. There's no paper involved, so that it's QR code enabled. But people need to understand the benefit. Absolutely. Unless and until people understand the benefit, and it's a time-taking process. So we need to be patient, keep at it, keep doing it, and hopefully in the next few years will be a federation which has every member of the ecosystem mapped on a platform.
Yeah. Mr. Venkatesh, we'll close with you, then we'll go out to the audience for some questions. So please do prepare them. Any thoughts on how we can correct those things that we can do via trial and error?
See, first now our usually awareness this for differently able in school it has to start. because in our schools, now we have special schools. Now, special school means differently abled para schools.
Yeah.
Those days it was not there.
Mm.
And they could not participate.
Yeah.
Because those sports were not there. Now we have different this one. Now Kelo India, what Shankar sir and everything. Even Kelo India is there for para also. So that awareness is spread, we have to spread. So that many competition might come at it.
Perfect. Thank you. I believe we have time for 2 questions. Okay. Can we please get the mic to the gentleman in the front row, please? You know, go for it. Inco, please, David.
Hello. So I'm directing towards Soumya. So Soumya, you talked about the infrastructure at grassroots level, right? And government is doing a commendable job on particular thing. But I have been to several places like at the grassroots level where there are the places that they have already built the things, but the maintenance of that particular thing is definitely on a deathbed, to be very honest, right? So what's your talk on particular things? The structure is there, but there is no maintenance on that.
Let's be realistic about a few things, right? So especially when we talk about tier 3 cities or villages, let's understand that it has to be funded by the government, right? There is no enough traction or receptivity at the level of private players that they would start running it. Having said that, I think for tier 1 and tier 2, you need to run these facilities like clubs, right? Make them accessible. Give them, you sell it like a membership, right? Say 500 rupees a year, but you let them play. So I think that is how, when you open this infrastructure for the larger public, you monetize it, I think that is how you will maintain it. Solely on the basis of athlete training hours, I think the maintenance will become a struggle for the government.
Fair. Can we have...
Hi, good afternoon.
It'll have to be quick.
Yeah, I'll very quick. Just a very topical thing that couple of days back, we got a very bad list of India topping the anti-doping, the doping list. So this is anti-doping, yeah.
I hope so.
So that the question is we know that the athletes are not doing it on their own because obviously they are not guided properly. So the question probably for Shankar sir or even Deepti is specifically talking about how are we actually looking at one of the most important ecosystem member is a coach. For the grassroots to go and above, I think kids are listening to coach more than the parents. So how do you think that the coaching ecosystem and the train the trainer kind of thing I can take care of? So just a question because tropical.
Yeah, thank you, Deepti. I'll go for it. See, the first and foremost, I did, when I was speaking, I said ethics principle. Yeah. That is the most important thing we have to teach our kids. Second thing is, at any cost, we want to win. And the third part is, unfortunately in India, we want to get a job immediately because it's the problem of the poverty that athlete comes from. You don't find a rich guys coming for athletics, boxing, wrestling, so on and so forth. So it's generally from the below poverty line they come. So what happens is they want to, so the coaches play an important role. And I think so from at the school level, when you have, as Deepti and all were saying, that we need to make the PE teachers aware of all these things. How do you talk to the children? Because it is not only, I know few friends who have passed away now because they don't even know the danger of using this kind of substance, So it is very important that at the school level, at the young age, they educate. And now, at least in my university, what I'm doing is I regularly call NADA. And this time at university games, I was one of the panelists. We have introduced that at every university games, NADA will go. So it is that is the reason if you have watched the KIUG games, you are seeing one athlete running, one athlete in weightlifting. So these are the changes that are happening. And I'm sure these changes will happen for the good. But as of now, I agree with you. And we need to bring changes at the school level itself. And the coaches also have to be educated. And I'm sure already Sai is doing a lot of things as far as NADA is concerned. They are going to because Sai is all over the country. And Sai is doing a wonderful job as far as NADA is concerned. That is something which I wanted to say. Thank you.
Divya has something to add, I think. Go for it.
Just to add to what Sir said, I mean, NADA is now becoming more active. So especially when it comes to national sub-junior or junior competitions, they send their representatives to do an awareness workshop. So if you can start teaching, like it's all about sport, you teach them young. If you can teach about these subjects as well when they're young, it will stay with them forever. So that's happening as well on the ground.
And also, I think there's a larger problem from the society perspective, right? Because as a country, as a nation, we are ready to spend 3 crores, 5 crores, 6 crores for an Olympic gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal. But that same amount of money is not coming in at the level when they're learning to play the sport and train. So we love the first rank. We love, anything that is first. So you're creating a culture which says, if you win, I will fund you for your next many, many generations. But while you're working hard in training, I have no money for you. So I think the flip is that people who get away and win and get the prize money are creating a system of doping in the country, right? So awareness, education will all happen, but I think ultimately it is the athlete and the stakeholders' responsibility. But topping a chart like doping is very, very shameful, especially when we have Olympic and Paralympic aspirations. So long way to go on that, and integrity is going to be a key aspect of all forms of education from here.
So thank you so much. So in summary, I think the discussion when we look at grassroots to glory, let's also look at all the steps that lead up to it. It's not an elevator to go to the top. I think we have to talk about awareness. We have to put in systems and structure to develop that, as well as do it with quite a lot of integrity and do it in the right ethical way. So with that, I'd like to please invite you to join me for a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Please.
That was a great panel discussion. Now we would like to facilitate our panelists. First, we have Dr. U.V. Shankar from Jain University. I would request Professor Anirudh to facilitate him. Now I would request Dr. Palak Sheth to facilitate Ms. Soumya Jain.
What 13 years ago, and Palak was the first professional I came across. So he realized great.
I would like to invite Professor Sanand to facilitate Ms. Dipti Babaya. I would now request Mr. Shiv to facilitate Padma Shri K.Y. Venkatesh. I'd request Mr. Kishan to facilitate Mr. Ankush Arora. Thank you, everyone. We can take this.
So now we'll break for lunch. So this session was supposed to be concluded at 1. We have taken 30 minutes extra, which I think by any standards is fairly a decent time. But still, I request you to please assemble here, not more than by 2:15, we should all be here. So that's a request. Please go to the second floor. That's where the lunch is served. Thank you.
importantly, reimagine the world differently. What does it mean if education was born today? What would it mean, right? What would it mean if retail was born today? So let me give you an example of reimagine. So we have a marketing course, right? Traditional marketing we all understand. But now imagine I know everybody's preferences. You like blue shirts, you like red shirts. And can I not create a unique creative for each person based on their preferences, right? So I've reimagined marketing, right? Similarly, how do you buy a chair? Can you not design a chair using ChatGPT, test it out on AR, VR, and print? I have reimagined retail now, and that is the new skill we want to teach, which is how do you reimagine all the domains in the new world? And it's a very different skill than transformation, disruption, change. Reimagination means it was not there, suddenly it is born, what does it look like? Yeah. So we want to reimagine sports also in the same way. What does it mean to, be born today? Now, at Reliance, we deal with many, many complex systems, and sports is a very complex system, right? I mean, if you look at the world from an athlete point of view, how do you discover the athlete? We talked about in the, they are everywhere, in villages to everywhere. How do you define their fitness? How do you do their training? How do you take care of their health? It's a very complex thing to deal with one athlete and through their journey of the athlete. If you think about a coach, again, how do you find the right coach for the right team, right? And how do you train the coaches themselves? How do you help them become better trainers with technology? And how do you help them think about the strategy and the tactical decisions they have to make? Then if you think about the facilities, right? We have stadiums, we have gyms, we have all of that. How do we, design the facilities better and better, right? How do we operationalize them? How do we maintain them? How do we utilize them? Again, it's a cost that we have done. So how do we make sure that these facilities are getting used properly? And finally, we have events, right? We have games at all levels happening. And how do you plan a game? How do you do marketing for a game? How do you organize a game? Take care of security? You saw what happened in Calcutta recently, right? It's not easy to manage a game like football in Calcutta, right? And all that, and how do you monetize it and all that, right? So sports is not a simple thing. It's not like you do one thing right and you get it right? You have to deal with so many things. And this is exactly what we love to do at Reliance, which is how do you think about complex systems, right? Telecom is a complex system. Healthcare is a complex system. Agriculture is a complex system. Sports is a complex system, right? So that is the problem statement. Now, the beauty is that technology can play a role in all of these boxes, right? We can do everything better with technology if we combine our heads together, right? Domain people tell us what they're looking for, what are their pain points, and technology people come together and say, oh, we could use personalization here, optimization there, and we can create a better tech platform for sports, right? Many countries are doing it. They're very far ahead, and we can also do it, learning from all of that, right? Switching to AI very quickly, how does an AI process really work, right? And then we'll combine the two. So if I think about intelligence, it's a very simple workflow, right? You get some stimulus data. So let's say you want to go to a doctor, you get all your symptoms and all your blood reports. What does a doctor do? He analyzes the whole thing and give you the state of health, right? High BP, this disease, that disease. And that is not the end of the story. Then from state, you come up with actions and say, this is the best prescription for you. And then you get a response. Is not an AI system yet. A true AI system becomes an AI system when you have a feedback, right? And that is what we want to create. So today I could do this with a player also, but now we can have a lot of data that I can use to learn whether I'm doing fitness better, training better, nutrition better, or am I just doing it because somebody said so, right? I can actually learn and improve and personalize for each player differently. So there's a lot of things that can happen in the level. So the 4 terms are stimulus, the raw data we collect, state, how do we summarize the stimulus into a bunch of numbers, then what action do we take out of all the possible action, and how do we think about the feedback and learn from that feedback, right? So now what does this loop mean in the sports world for a player? So what does stimulus mean, right? And we cannot do AIification of a domain unless we do datafication of a domain first, right? Rich datafication leads to rich AIification. So now think about collecting all types of data, your fitness data, your health data, your training data, mental health data, physical health data, right? And the deeper the data we have, genetic data, now Reliance announced how we can reduce the cost on genetics. Now using all this, for every player, we can build a very deep profile of a player. And this profile keeps evolving, right? As you are practicing, as you are learning skills, as you're mastering skills, your profile, your state of mastery keeps evolving. So what is your fitness state, performance state, physical and mental health state? And now given that state, what is the best action for you? For every player, can I say this is the best fitness regime for you? You need to work on your biceps, for example, right? Or, you need to practice your, these kind of shots or that kind of shots, right? About your physical health, mental health, nutrition. So what are the interventions we can suggest given the state that you are in? And now the next feedback will be the new state. Have you improved in all the parameters? And now we can go and keep doing it, right? Now that loop can be structured for every game, for every type of player differently, but there's a meta workflow that is at play in the AI, right? So now we want to create a digital twin of every athlete. What does that mean, right? So what that means is, let's say I look at your fitness profile, your performance profile, your health, mental and physical health profile. So now I have the current state of the athlete, right? This is where you are today. Now, then what I do, I now say, what are my possible actions? So that is the state, these are the actions. So I can say, this is your gym routine, this is your training routine, this is your health routine, whatever else we have. Now, remember, we have historical data. Imagine we have historical data for all the players, we have done this in the past. And imagine we have collected all this data, that whenever such a player got such a regime, the next day or the next week, what was his next state? This is the historical data we already have. What we are not doing is using it to learn a model. So now imagine we learn a model that says, using this historical data, we can learn a model that says, if on such a such player, you apply this regime, not necessarily optimal, because this was done based on the coach or the doctor or whatever. But let's say we apply this regime on this player, this is what happens to him in the next week, right? So he had a certain mental health, and the mental health improved or not improved, right? Based on whatever you did here, right? And now what happens? This becomes a cycle. So now that next state goes back and becomes the current state next week, and now you apply the same thing all over again. So the model can actually learn if we had collected all this data properly, and we could have built this model. This is a very fundamental model to build, which is state, action. So we call this the prediction model, which is what is the current state, right? Divided into all the components. What is the current action you took, right? And therefore, what was the next state, right? And that's how Google Maps work. That's how games work. Everything is state, action, next state, action, next state, action, right? Now, how do we use this? So this is what we have built. Let's say I have modeled for every game or every sport. I built something like this. Now, can I do an optimal training? Can I design an optimal, next best action kind of thing? So now let's say today, there is an athlete who is in the current state. And the big question we are asking is, what should we do with this athlete now, right? Today, how do we do it? We apply our domain knowledge to figure out what to do. But now AI says, oh, what is your target? You want this athlete to become this, right? He's doing whatever seconds in the 400 meter. Now we want him to do those many seconds. So you have given the current state and the target state. And now AI can work backwards and figure out that in this state, if I apply this regime, what is the chance that I'll reach the target, right? So the idea is now we train a prediction model in a forward way, but we use it in a reverse way to optimize the action. So the goal is not to predict, the goal is to optimize the action for every player. And now AI will be able to help us do that. And so the idea is we did prediction in the previous slide. Now we are saying, given the current state, given the target state, what is the next best thing for this athlete, this athlete, this athlete, this athlete? And that can change on a daily, weekly basis from athlete to athlete, right? So now we have, in a way, personalized the whole thing. So there are 4 levels of AI capabilities we are using, right? First is the plain analytics. So you can do all your tables and say how many runs this guy made against this team in this kind of a match and all that. But to me, that is like summarizing the past, right? The dashboards that we look at. But can we do prediction and say, oh, if I had done this, what would have happened, right? Can I make predictions now? And then can I use the prediction to build a simulation system? And simulation systems are going to be very, very useful in the world of sports and any complex system. Can I explore all possibilities? If I did this, what will happen? If I did this, what will happen? And then using the simulation, can I find the best alternative, right? And that is kind of the new framework that we are thinking about, which is how do you move away from pure simple analytics to optimization of training regime, fitness regime, health regime, mental health regime for every player uniquely and in a personalized manner, right? So now, we worked with Zahir Khan. He was our mentor for Mumbai Indians back in the day. And, this was his comment after looking at our work. And he said the concept of simulation is very intriguing to him. And he said, gone are the days when we solely rely on instincts and experience, right? Because we cannot remember all the data of every player. So we can't, build that level of instinct. But if we combine our instinct along with the data-driven insight, there's a lot more that can be done, right? So how do we bring that kind of a thought process into sports? So now let me show you the same digital twin in the cricket world. So what happened? So now imagine a game is going on, right? And what is the state of the game? So you can define the state of the game, right? Which innings is going on? How many overs have happened? How many runs and how many wickets? What is the current and required run rate? Or who are the current bowlers and batsmen, right? So you have a state of the game right now. Now, depending on the required run rate, second innings, second last over, the pressure is too much depending on all that. So that's the current state of the game. Then you say these are the possible actions, right? This could be the bowler, this could be the batsman, this could be the fielder action. And based on that, I can define the next state, right? So every ball I can predict what is going to happen next. Why can I predict that? Because historically, we know every ball by ball what has happened in the game of cricket, right? We can predict now. So we are now 70-80% accurate in predicting what will happen in the next ball or in the next over, right? How many wickets we'll lose or how many runs we'll make, we can predict that. Why? Because we have seen all the games and their data already. Yeah. So again, next state of the game, right? So right now you have this many runs. Now you made another 12 runs. So you got the next level of thing. And now you move on. And that's how the cycle keeps working, right? Now, if we build such systems, I showed you the same diagram in training of a athlete as well as in adjusting and adapting the game, right? Now, how can I use it to optimize my game? So let's say this is the current state of a new game. All that I talked about was all previous games learned the model. Now I'm using the model to say, hey, this is the current state of the game. What is the decision coach or captain has to make on the field, right? Who should bowl next? Who should be sent next, right? How should we place the field? So these are the decisions you have to optimize every now and then. And now imagine if this is the target state of the game you want, right? You want to reduce the required run rate. What should you do, right? Who should be your batsman? What should they do and all that? And we can build a machinery like that, right? So we can build simulations of cricket games and see what goes on, right? Again, deciding the next action based on optimizing from current state and target state. Okay, so let's do some quizzing now. So this is the actual result of a simulation, right? I'll just show you examples of how simulations work. So imagine that we did a simulation, Rohit Sharma batting only for 2 overs, what will happen? Versus Rohit Sharma batting for till end of 10th over. Which is better, obviously? Second option, right? But AI can actually go deeper and say, okay, if this happens, AI is predicting even how many runs will get made with a margin of error. And AI is telling you that in this scenario, 89 runs with 2 wickets will be the final score. And in this case, the final score will be 117 runs with 1 wicket. See how AI, by changing the situation, can simulate the game, and it is simulating every ball. and it is saying what will happen in the next ball or the next over, and it's able to generate a thing, right? And remember, after 1 over, what happens? The state of the game has changed, right? The arrow has gone back, and now it is predicting the next over. Pretty much like ChatGPT predicts the next token, we are predicting the next over, what will happen, and the state of the game is evolving, right? Here's another one. So let's say I want to test this. Should I send SK Yadav at position 3 and Pandya at position 4? Is that better? Or should I send Pandya at position 3 and SK Yadav at position 4? Any cricket fans? First one is better? I have no idea. I'm not into cricket at all. So I just look at the simulation, right? So now here the AI simulation is telling me that assume that these guys have already gone. And if I send SK Yadav at 3rd position, after 10th over, this will be the state of the game. And if I send Pandya at the 3rd position, we'll have 110 out of 2, right? So see what we can do with simulation. Now imagine doing this in Kabaddi, doing this in whatever other sports, and not doing just in the sport, but also in training, right? So now imagine this is not just over in a game, this is a week in your training. And you are predicting what will happen if I do it this way, and then you can go back and update and learn and update and learn, right? And we can build a very nice system. Okay. So going back up to 30,000 feet, what do we want to build together is what I call a sports operating system. So how do you think about a sports operating system? So it's a very simple framework we have created. Think about all the input events, right? Training assessment has happened, right? How much performance and all that, fitness assessment, health assessment, athletic performance, simulation requests have come, or athletic discovery event or whatever. So think of all the input events that are coming in a sports ecosystem. Think of all the digital twin you have built for a player, for a coach, for a facility and all that. Think of all the AI models, the vision models, the simulation models, the optimization models, the personalization models. Think of all the knowledge base of sports, right? Who are the coaches, what are their skills, what is their current level and all that. And all the content, right? Because I want to watch how my opponent is doing. I want to have that content highly indexed so I can just see what they do. And then I can generate a lot of advisories on the other side. Can we build this system for every player in a real-time basis is the dream that we want to work together. Yeah. So, so that's how we think about the world. We don't think about point solution. Let's solve this using this startup. Let's solve this using that startup. Because what happens when you solve multiple point solution using multiple startups? It's kind of like saying, I got a bulb made, I got a socket made, I got a switch made, I got a wire made. I've solved all the 4 problems at the bottom up, but the electricity grid is missing. Therefore, we don't have electricity just because we have built the bottom up components. So we are here to think about integration of all the components so that this event goes in, it affects the coach, it gets to this and that, and it runs the whole ecosystem in a real time. Yeah. So that's our vision of how we think about sports. We need everybody's help to create something like this, not only in sports, but in all verticals and for each sport. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation, Dr. Kumar. This was really, really helpful. Now we move on to the second panel discussion for the day, data, tech, and the future of sports management in India. As India moves steadily toward Vision 2036, this panel brings together leaders from consulting, sports technology, high-performance sports, and academia to explore how data, technology, and analytics are transforming athlete training, coaching, and sports management in India. As part of the panel discussion, I would now like to invite the chair for the panel, Mr. Prashant Shantakumaram. Mr. Shantakumaram is the partner at KPMG India, where he leads digital engineering and the sports advisory practice. With over 30 years of experience, he has driven technology-led solutions across global sports leagues, esports, and sports infrastructure. A recognized thought leader, he brings a strategic perspective at the intersection of technology, innovation, and the evolving sports ecosystem. We are excited to have you with us today, sir. We welcome you. Joining him today is an outstanding panel that represents the cutting edge of sports technology, high-performance sport, and applied sports science. Our first panelist is Mr. Murugesh Kumar SK, founder and CEO of ATM Sports. Mr. Murugesh is the founder and CEO of ATM Sports, a global sports technology platform delivering data-driven performance solutions for elite athletes. With over 15 years of entrepreneurial experience, his work focuses on leveraging technology and analytics to enhance athlete performance at a global level. Let's put our hands together as we invite him to the dais. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Mr. James Hillier, Athletics Director at Reliance Foundation, where he plays a key role in developing and managing high-performance athletic programs in India. His expertise lie in elite athlete development, performance systems, and building long-term sporting excellence within India's high-performance environment. We are delighted to have you with us today. Thank you so much. Joining the panel next is Dr. Rahul Tiwari, Head Sports Performance Analysis, Inspire Institute of Sport. He holds a PhD in sports science, has over 14 research publications, and serves as a member of the Athletics Federation of India Committee. His expertise lie in performance analytics, applied sports science, and evidence-based athletic preparation. We are delighted and we welcome you, sir. And finally, to steer what promises to be a fascinating discussion, I would like to introduce our moderator for the session, Mr. Anirudh Kalia, Associate Professor of Practice of Sports Management at Jio Institute. Mr. Kalia is an Associate Professor of Practice with over 25 years of leading experience across sports, media, entertainment, telecom, and technology. We welcome you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Please, the lunch was sumptuous, but we still need some noise in the room. And I'm a freshly minted academic now, so I can command the classroom. Anyway, so thank you very much, all of you, and Prashant, Murugesh, James, and Rahul. This panel is very interesting, and I'll tell you why in a second. It has a practitioner of technology. It has a coach, a most famous coach you can find in this side of the Tropic of Cancer. Murugesh is running a company called ATM Sports. He runs a technology platform. And we have Prashant, who heads the sports advisory and digital engineering quality at KPMG. So it's a very eclectic mix. I will make sure that they get into fights with each other, right? That's my mandate. So, right. So how many, and now we've just had Lionel Messi in India. He lived his name, turned quite messy. How many on the house are Lionel Messi fans? Any Messi fans? Right. So what I want to share with all of you today is a small anecdote. There is a professor of a Simon Fraser University called Luke Bond, who was a scientist of Barcelona. For those of you who have watched Messi in action, you would have seen that for the first 10 minutes, he's actually walking around in the park, right? Most people, and I have friends like Jonathan and Arup here, so, you know, they're football business leaders sitting here. Mostly people feel that wo to chal raha hai. He's just walking around, man. This guy called Luke Bond did a 5-year study on Messi's footballing style. And he demystified it using technology and data, right? There are 3 bullet points that came which are very interesting. You might want to look up Luke Bond. He now runs a company called Teamwork Intelligence. He came up with one first thing was that when the match starts and Messi you see is walking around, he is X-raying the field. He is marking what the positions of the opposition are. In fact, they studied his head swivel in the first 10 minutes. They found out that Messi's head swivel rate is 10x of a normal player. So he's like a human video sensor, right? The second thing they came up with was that the average distance Messi covers is 7 to 8 kilometers versus a normal midfielder who covers about 10 to 12 kilometers. Very distressing for a coach, right? Right, coach? Man, you don't work hard, right? The third important thing that the research threw up was that when he gets the ball, his intensity of speed per minute of possession is on 99th percentile in the world amongst all professional football. So when he gets the ball, he's like a wolf. He's lethal. Now imagine if there was no data and no analytics. Would you be able to find this out? Answer is no. Right? This paper, in case for the academically inclined, is presented at the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. You might want to look it up. Very interesting paper to read. And this actually demystifies the fact that the point that we are going to discuss today, that how does data and technology work to create scale and magic in a country in sports, right? So starting with Murugesh and Rahul first, do you think technology is a fancy toy in sports in India, or do you think people are getting serious about it? Yeah, you need a mic, yes. Sorry.
Okay, so it's good to start, so you can do anything, and then later on people are there to basically cover you up. Thank you for that. So first of all, thank you Jio Institute for calling us here, and thank you for this great gathering. So coming to your question, so I don't think that technology is barrier, to be very honest. India is having access to a lot good technology nowadays.
Okay.
The real gap which comes is basically the mindset and the trust. It is like it is still happening that the coaches and the athlete. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Okay, you can.
No,
please, yeah.
you have to come to blows.
Yeah. So the coaches and athlete are like, somewhat, they still think, or they still see the technology and the data as separate from the coaching system, and not as something which is basically supporting it. Okay. And it is coming from a fact that the technology is introduced to them without a proper context. So what they want the technology to be simple. They want the technology to be straightforward. They want the technology to be in such a way that it can easily embedded in their coaching program. So I believe that India is ready for this, but the thing is there's a need for the culture shift, okay, along with the technological shift.
Okay. Murugesh, coming to you, you are a technology service provider, and for you might want to know that the audience might be interested in the fact that 2 days back, the state of Tamil Nadu unveiled an integrated athlete management system for the entire athlete population of Tamil Nadu. The platform was inaugurated 2 days back, and it's the platform made by ATM Sports, right? So, so Murugesh, tell us about you build technology as your way of life.
Yep.
Where do you think we are in adoption of technology as sports ecosystem in our country, as a sports ecosystem?
So yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk. In fact, we ATM Sports are being in existence for the last 5 years. We are the first product company from India to build this product. So we predicted that if India needs to become a sporting nation, we need to give importance to, of course, based on the first principles, we need to give importance to sports science. And the second thing is we need to follow the process. Without this, we'll not be able to move forward, is what we decided. And that's when we started building this product. So to amplify over that, I mean, say our peers in the developed countries, they mentioned the point that every year, 230 million data points are collected from each athlete. That is humongous, and it's collected out of various sources. It could be wearable data, it could be subjective data, it could be injury data, it could be performance data, assessment data.
230 million data points.
Yeah.
Per athlete.
Per athlete. Okay. Yeah, I mean, say that too in 2025 is what they meant. But I mean, in India, not much is collected yet. But I mean, ideally, Now, given the case, I mean, I was striking a conversation during lunch with the rugby CEO. And I mean, in fact, we are also presenting a case to them to adapt our technology, even be it at the elite level as well as the grassroots level. So I was asking him, how do you collect the data? He said, we still stick on to the Excels and the Google Sheets. So there are humongous limitations when it comes to adapting a tech which is a Google Sheet, you know. So the data which is collected needs to be inferred, and the data should enable them to take more informed and shared decisions. That is the athlete's data. The athlete need to know how he is progressing in the first place. Beyond that, the coach needs to know the complete progress of the entire team who's mapped to him. And beyond that, the stakeholders, that is, when I say in our context, it's called as collaborators. That is a sports scientist. Sports scientist is a gamut of functions. The biomechanist, the biochemist, the physiologist, all these people also need to, look up the data and give their insights towards enabling this ecosystem to move towards high performance. So for this, without adapting a technology, it becomes too complex for our ecosystem itself to move forward. You know, but of course, during our early days, there was a lot of inertia which we witnessed. Like say the state Tamil Nadu, we have been persisting them for about 2 years now.
2 years.
2 years. You know, again, I mean, it's pretty interesting. So there are certain governments, like say Gujarat, also we have been working with them for 3 years. So they decided to take us in then, I mean, a bit before 1.5 years, but still they have not decided yet. So again, we have a presentation tomorrow as well. So of course, you know, every stakeholder, I mean, it's for a given that we need to adapt technology. We need to give importance to sports science. How sooner we are going to adapt will make a significant change in how we are progressing.
So give our audience a 15-second download on what technology do you give? What does technology mean for ATM Sports?
Okay. So the platform is a software service providing thing. I mean, it's available both on the web app as well as the mobile app. So ideally each stakeholder can use the tech. I mean, say here again, as an athlete, they would want to know their progress, and also they would want to know how, what's been planned for their trainings. Like say now coach will agree to the point that he plans. I mean, say once he plans, the strength and conditioning coach needs to know what's been the load which the coach has prescribed, or how intensely the athlete is training. So this is where the sports science also comes in. Like say you need to know how athlete is training, what is the load which he's capturing. There could be a load which the coach prescribes, or what is the load which the athlete is undergoing and has to be inferred, and that's when they'll be able to take decisions, preventing the athlete from getting injured or overtrained. Right. So these are the mechanisms which we follow, and this is where the platform comes in. Like say from the leadership standpoint, he would want to see the complete progress happening in the entire ecosystem. You know, now the case, like say, if you are asking, if I sit with the CEO of rugby, if I ask him what is the performance which is happening in the southern part of the country, he may not have access to that information immediately. So in our tool, it is possible for them to infer, stay updated at all times.
But talk about one athlete. So James, coming to you, I see you all the time on the track, and many times I see you working with a lot of gizmos and a lot of technologies around. So how is it helping you and our Reliance athletes, and what is your focus in this area?
Just before I answer that, I just want to pick up on a couple of points you guys made. Rahul talked about context. You talked about Messi running 7,000 to 8,000 meters versus
10,000.
The average of 10, 11,000, whatever. Now, I've asked this question so many times to football people, professional footballer who's a friend of mine. Why are you wearing GPS? Like, do you want like a higher number or a lower number? Like, what do you want? And no one's ever been able to answer that question. So now it's kind of been answered. So that's I appreciate that. That's great. Now I've forgotten the question.
Yes.
Technology for us, look, it's out there, and it would be foolish not to embrace it. However, we have to look at what do we want? What do we want from the data, and how is it going to help us? Now, the first thing with all this technology, and if you come and watch my sessions on the track, we've got technology everywhere, all over the place. But the first thing is it's got to work, right? And that sounds ridiculous, but half the time, you're struggling to get the damn thing to work. When you plug it in the morning and it's working, and then you go and test in the afternoon, the damn thing won't work, right? And you're like, God, and we had it this week. We have a testing week this week, and we just couldn't get our reaction timer to work. And we were just pulling our hair out, and it's just so annoying. So it's got to work. So you guys have got to make simple stuff for us. We're a bit thick, and we just need simple. We need simple. So it's got to work. It's got to be simple. It's got to be convenient as well, because a lot of tech is fantastic, and some of the stuff you can get off this tech is insane and unbelievable. But you need to then train somebody to organize the tech, and we don't always have that opportunity. So we're still in a situation where the coach is sort of leading, driving everything, and the coach needs to have we're generalists as a coach, right? I need to know a little about a lot, so I can't go into the detail like you guys can. So it has to really inform me. And sometimes it's not even informing, it's reinforcing what I already know or what I see. And that's extremely powerful as a coach, because that gives you and the athlete that sort of reassurance that, yes, we're going on the right track, this is going well. It's very rare, and I can't even think of a time where technology's shown me something I don't already know, or perhaps I wasn't acutely aware of it, but it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Or I might see something on the track and then, okay, why is he getting injured in the right leg? Is he a bit weaker? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Right now we're building a picture. Yeah, we're getting context, as Rahul said. So yeah, we're blessed because there's a lot of tech out there, but we've got to be very mindful of what tech we use and what we want to get out of it. And I think that's the crucial piece.
Yeah, so thank you, James. Prashant, coming to you. For those of you who don't already know this, that KPMG came up with a report called The Business of Sports, Spotlight. Please look up this report. It's one of the seminal works issued in this year. If you type Google search now, if you search for a sports report now, the Spotlight report of KPMG is the first result on Google. So it's very well celebrated, and Prashant has been the architect of that report. You would also want to know that there was an app created for the Indian Olympic Association for our athletes who went to Paris, for wayfinding, for finding where their events are, when the heats are. And that app also was developed by the KPMG Sports Advisory Team. So Prashant, you already neck deep into building the technical ecosystem in sports.
Yeah.
From your perch, what are the implementation or use cases you see in Indian ecosystem on technology?
Yeah, so just to build on the report, and I must thank Jio as well for your institute for contributing for the report in multiple ways. Priyanka, yourself, I have my team members, Daksh and Mansh as well. So this report is now the top. And what we did was we calculated the total economy of sports in India. And we realized that we have the figure of around 19 billion as the total economy of sports right now. And you know that India is growing at a GDP of around 7%. Sports is growing almost double at 14%. 12 to 14% is the range that we see. So with Commonwealth coming up and many other, in fact, Olympics also, hopefully, I think you see tremendous enthusiasm in sports, and leagues are driving it. IPL, obviously, cricket is dominated by cricket, but many other sports are also coming in. So what we did was to break that into 16 subsectors, like sports manufacturing. Manufacturing is now part of sports. Then you have the leagues that are operating, club. Then you have the GCCs that have come up. Like a lot of tech work is happening out of India. So we calculated it. There is two areas that is growing really well in India. One is the infrastructure side, which is almost growing at around 20-25%, because every state is building massive infrastructure. You know, Gujarat is doing right now, but other states are also significantly doing that. The second area is the tech side, and tech side is also growing, both from adoption of tech plus what India is doing in it. And wearable is one part, you know that. So tech industry, we put it at around 1.6 billion at this point of time, growing at 20 across all areas. So for example, stadium, we have lots of facilities, but underutilized. So you have Kalo more, many other people propagating technology on top of it. Then you have wearables and sports, core tech coming in. You have fan engagement coming in. So across all areas we are finding there are 200 to 300 startups right now in India in the tech space.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's, and you get some funding onto this one. So I see tech as one big area which can connect whole of all the 16 sectors. So you can use tech in stadium modernization. You can tech in fan engagement. You can do for athlete management. Every area tech can come in. So I see tremendous area. I know India has been doing a lot of work for clubs abroad. I know once, for example, when a La Liga match happens, analysis of the data happens from an India standpoint in terms of pass percentage, what is happening. So who is a good midfielder? So those kind of data is fed in. Then they can take a decision on transfer market, for example. So these are things that already were happening, but now you can see a lot more Indian stuff also coming up actually.
So one of my pet peeves, because we are a nation of 1.4 billion people, 390 million people under the age of 20. So one of the things that I keep talking and my students keep asking is that how can technology play a role in scouting? Because as a nation, our talent benches are very small compared to our population. So can technology play a role in scouting, Murugesh or James or anybody?
So, in fact, ATM has another product which is again aimed towards solving the problem of talent identification.
Talent identification. Okay.
So, ideally, it's again there's a push from the top. That is Modi ji himself wants to amplify over this. Like say claiming that we need to identify the talent at the right age and continuously groom them to achieve whatever we are intended to achieve in 2036. So that being the case, they have launched an initiative called as Kirti, Khelo India Raw Talent Identification Program, wherein they have they have prescribed a battery of assessments, the fitness assessments, which is targeted towards taking to all the schools across the country. Kirti, yeah. Okay. So that again we have collaborated. I mean, how we are participating is we have automated those assessments.
Okay.
So yes, assessments need to be conducted, but how are we going to conduct the assessment? With one physical education teacher in one school of 1,000 kids, it becomes physically impossible for us to complete the assessment. And the methodology in which we conduct the assessment is also going to be very, very huge. You know, the process of conducting the assessments, the data collection. So one example is one of the states whom we are closely working with is they have about close to 1,500 schools targeted towards sports. And they have a team of 300 people who will conduct the assessments and post that they'll make the reports and submit to the leadership team.
Okay.
But there were too many errors when they collect the data and pass on the reports. So this we have simplified by automating the fitness assessment.
Okay.
So that is we take equipment to the schools. Our team will take the equipment to the schools and complete the assessment. Or maybe what we have accomplished is 1,000 kids we have completed the assessment 3 days time.
Okay.
That too, not all the kids will be there on the ground at the same time. So the process in which we conduct the assessment, immediately after the assessments are conducted, the reports, the dashboards, and also there's an intelligence piece based on the biomotor capabilities of the kids. We will be suggesting 3 sport to that kid. So this is again falling back onto the science itself. So this is one initiative which we have done. Now we are trying to see how we can take it up across the country also. Yeah. So that is one way in which we are trying to solve that. And once the kid is identified, then they can come into ATM's platform. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to start a fight now. Okay, so I've been here over 6 years, and the question I get asked all the time is talent ID, scouting, these sort of phrases, words, all the rest of it. So personally, I don't subscribe to talent ID or scouting. I think it's a flawed logic. It's a great story if you go and find a kid in a village throwing a bamboo stick and then 10 years later he wins Olympics. Brilliant, get it, right? Romantic and all the rest of it. But the reality is it's not like that, yeah? We have to reverse engineer, right? We have to create a system where talented kids are allowed to flourish. That's the key, not finding, and because we can do all this fantastic stuff, and I'm sure the tech is amazing and everything like that, but then what do you do with the kids? You identify 5,000 kids, then what happens? There's no system in place here. There's no system in place. There's not qualified coaches. There's not the most appropriate level coaches. The infra is improving, and there's some fantastic projects, and the Ahmedabad project is insane. But until we have that sorted, then all this is for nothing, unfortunately. That's the sad reality. We've got to create a system. We've got to create kids that are passionate about sport. We've got to expose young kids to different sports, create a passion, and then if they choose, because this is the other thing as well, if they choose to pursue it, there needs to be an avenue where they can do it. Whether it's a community club or a community coach, and they create the interest and the basic skills, then they move to another level, yeah, where they get more appropriate specialized support and then move on. That system needs to happen, and that's where the focus needs to be. The focus needs to be on that. Then the tech comes in, and absolutely there's a need for it, because then you're identifying kids and then you're sort of gently nudging, you know, and that's what you need to do. I don't want to compare India with UK, but I was an athlete. How did I get into athletics? I did my school sports day. I won the sprint. My best friend won the long distance, and he was a member of a local athletics club called Newport Harriers in South Wales. So he said, I go to this club, you're fast, why don't you come? Oh, okay. So I went. I was 10 years old, and I just had the best time. I had no clue what the Olympics was. I didn't know what the Commonwealth Games was. I had no clue about anything. I just loved running around an athletics track and jumping in the sand and throwing shot puts and whatever. I just loved it. And then it was only when I got older that I started getting successful at it. But the seeds had already been sown. The passion had already been. So it wasn't about performance. Yeah. It was about finding a love. Yeah. And I think we've tried to look for the performance too early. So what we need is just, let's create community clubs and just let all the kids come. Don't worry if they're good or not. It doesn't matter. That will just, the best kids will always come up anyway, as long as we give them the opportunity. And competitions are so important. So let's create appropriate level competitions. That's when data maybe come in, but then it's the accuracy of the data, because everyone lies on the sheets. That's the problem. You'll find that as well. So I just think we need to, this is all great, absolutely, and there's a need for this, but the first step is we must create passion for sport. We must have more kids doing sport in schools. We need to somehow create spaces. I don't know how we do it, but maybe on the top of buildings or something. I don't know how we do it. It's difficult in cities like Mumbai. I appreciate that. And that's really the key. Let's stop looking for talent. Let the talent find us. That's
so to this, you know, I just want to point out that India is a country which is culturally rooted in the value of education. So right since class 1, when I was 7 years old, we were told that English, Hindi, math, and science. Nobody ever uttered the word called sport at home, right? Now, in that scenario, you would never actually go and pick up a ball, because you are being constantly barraged, receiving this barrage of information, saying, boss, you have to study.
I appreciate that, but my athletics was not done through school.
Yeah.
You know, the athletics delivery in my school, I went to a private school, was terrible. We didn't do athletics apart from sports day. That's it. I did it all outside of school. And it was all done by volunteers. So up until I was a professional athlete, in fact, my whole career, I never paid a coach one rupee. It was all done for the love of the sport. Now in India, we have a system where we have thousands and thousands, I can't talk for other sports, in athletics, thousands of professional coaches that are paid to be coaches. But are they passionate, or are they just doing a job? You know, we need passionate people. It's great if they're getting paid, because then they can be better versions of themselves, because they're professional. They're not an accountant in the day and a coach in the evening, you know? I think, yeah, that is valid, and sports should be part of the curriculum, but that's a whole, you know, different conversation. Yeah.
So I think, James, we particularly have this issue in India, and if you look at the grassroots, the number of people engaging in sports, we have some data that it's about 5% or even lesser. So if you look at the data across globe and UK, I also stayed in UK, for many people engage in sports 20-25%, Japan 70%. So I think India fundamentally has an issue that people don't engage in. Unless you bring that in schools and more people play, then you have a wider canvas to pick up. But today we face one more issue, that we also have very scarce talent, resources for selection and high performance. So I think in that, where can tech play a role in sense of identification? Because today, if I work with high performance centers like Dravid Padukone Academy, and I find for them to invest in the 10 people who will make it for Olympics, they have to be very picky. They have to go and have to have scouting. They'll have to go to tournaments and pick up. So I think tech, it is very important that the resources being very limited in terms of, and that is the funding that is coming into sports is also not very high at this point of time. So I think that part is where we need to look at tech, the scouting and all that as an additional mechanism to make sure we succeed. Yeah.
So Rahul, I want to ask you, I'm very curious. Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, what coach says is absolutely right. I mean, but currently we are witnessing that there is a change which is happening. You know, that is like, say, the state governments are trying to invest into these grassroots level problem which is existing. Like, so they're setting up sports hostels. They're identifying the kids. They're completely taking care of the stay, study, travel, training, everything. So that is getting addressed, but it will take a bit of time more. We all got to put in our efforts towards solving that problem.
So Rahul, I want to ask you, I'm very curious. Inspire has really inspired the nation, right, over the last 10 years. Neeraj is your product, and so are so many others. What are the outcomes that technology has changed at Inspire Institute of Sports, without revealing what you don't want to reveal, right? The secret sauce, right? But talk to us about material impact that you have realized using tech, and what kind of tech, and your experience with it.
Yeah. So before answering this, can I quickly just have a few words on the previous one?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it was basically scouting, and it is important to basically put up here. Like I was I'm part of one of the committee of Athletic Federation of India, where basically we revamped the junior program, right? So there was a research which comes, and this is the question to the audience, like from a junior perspective, from a junior player, like have you think like how many junior medalists turned into a senior medalist? How many percentage? Any idea?
When you say junior means what level?
Like the
state level?
The junior level, that's it. Whatever junior level.
Okay.
Let's say national level, national junior. It's only 2%. It's only 2%. The rest of the 98% basically goes, we don't know where. And the basic reason that comes up for this is basically two, that is early specialization and overtraining. And this is the point where I just want tech to basically come into play. If we can basically have the scouting, or if we can have the accounting of this particular data, so that we can basically avoid this kind of overuse injuries and the specialization, so that we can basically turn the good junior talent into a senior thing.
So are you saying that overtraining is responsible for elimination of 98% kids?
Is one of the reasons for that.
Oh, this is massive. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now coming back to the original question. So at Inspire, what we have done is basically we have developed a brand new department called Performance and the Data Analysis Department, where we are a team of 10 analysts, 7 performance analysts, and 3 data analysts. And what change that we have got is basically we have shifted from the traditional fragmented analysis to or the event-based analysis to integrated performance culture. Like what earlier it used to be like, there used to be the analysis which is mostly the event-based analysis. The data was the descriptive data. It was basically they used to collect basically, and the most of the analysis are post-competition analysis only. But nowadays we have basically shift to the things like where data is running throughout the entire training cycle. Okay. Like so, we are basically the data is more longitudinal now. It is more suitable now. The coaches can keep the track of whatever is happening throughout the camp and all, so that it is basically, and the data is systematic, data is suitable enough to basically embedded into the training program, so that coaches basically can think from the data perspective and they can change their program wherever it is needed. So I'll give you one example on this. So I'll use one more terminology in the analysis that we use. So earlier we used to do a feedback driven, like or it is called the direct feedback that we are giving. Okay, and then we basically shifted to a terminology called pattern based analysis. So during this analysis, what we observed that there are certain fouls, or there are certain, you can say, the defensive breakdown which was happening to an athlete, especially when the athlete is fatigued, he is tired. Okay, what we did basically, we basically clubbed with the physiology department. We collected the heart rate monitor of the heart rate variability of the particular athlete, and we sync that data with the performance tagging. And we found out that when the athlete is tired, the defensive breakdown is higher. Yeah.
To establish correlation between them.
And this simple statistics or simple research basically helped us in a way that coaches basically change their pre-decided program to a new program now. They customize the thing now, and we have basically reduced a lot of injuries which could be possible because of the overuse thing. So this is where the technology is coming into the play at Inspire right now. One more example I can give you that this is basically from my previous organization, SAI. So I was working with the weightlifting national camp and the fencing also. And this is a kind of event which basically athletes usually have a lot of shin pain, a lot of, right? And I was one of the analysts who was working with them, and I then identified a certain thing that the athlete who was having the flat foot are basically more vulnerable to having this shin pain. Then we did some intervention on that, simple thing. And then I have a record on that we reduced in 1 month itself, we reduced 70% of the shin pain. That's it. And that includes 70%, one of the athletes is Mirabai Chanu as well.
Okay.
Right. So this is a simple where the data can basically can play a vital role in basically winning up the medal. This may be a small thing for a coach, or this may be a small thing for an athlete. But at high performance level, this small thing basically makes a big difference.
Prashant, I want to come to you. Another of my worries that I have, and I keep talking about it, is that India has the best tech talent in the world. We run some of the best tech companies. We have the largest number of global capability centers sitting in India. Why can't the government pick up the baton and put a technology thrust on sports for scouting, developing, training? Why can't there be a nationwide platform?
So, okay, I don't have an answer. let me try that. But see, actually, if you look at the funding for sports itself from an India standpoint, you look at when the FM finance minister puts the budget up, sports is the last item. Right. And obviously, we are giving about 4,500 crore cumulatively for a country like this. And the budget, 4,500 crore is a very small amount. And each state budgets are around 300, 400 crore. So you're not pumping in extremely. Now it's improving, but I'm just saying that fund is very less. And we have tremendous tech talent. And what we have been doing till now is to provide that talent outside. So Infosys does work for example, Australian Open. Then you have a lot of this tech is done for
the whole
outside.
French Open works on
French
the
Open.
Infosys
We are
platform.
doing systems for global companies. Right. But what has happened is now slowly things will come. I'll give one example, UPI. We have tech talent across, but then we got UPI to be built in India. Now everybody has a transaction. So everybody uses the UPI-based transaction. So I think it is time. It will take a bit of time for us to percolate tech across. But what we can do is we can just go ahead much faster, right? Because the talent is there. We have 6 million software programmers in India right now.
6 million.
6 million software programmers. So it's actually a massive number of people. And look at them producing. Right now we are doing it for abroad, but maybe what we can, and that's happening. I think the only issue I see is that there are a lot of tech companies. I said 200 to 300 tech companies, but scale up is a big issue for them. So you need VC funding to come in. You need all of those to come in. They should address real problems. So not just I like a tech and I build it. So, but I think this ecosystem will take a bit of time. More funding needs to be there from. So we gave one idea to Andhra Pradesh government to say that why don't you create? You have a lot of tech hubs. One sports tech hub where innovation happens across. You do research, fundamental research, and so I think these ideas, if state government, in sports is a state subject in India. It's not a national subject. So every state needs to pick up and do, and these are things that can help actually. Gotcha. But I see a good uptick, but a long way to go.
Right. Yeah. So I've already been given a slip saying, notice saying, yeah. So anyway, so we are 11 days away from the new year. And I want each one of you to spend 30 seconds and share as to what is that one thing in 2026 that any stakeholder can do, the fans, the government, the athletes, the coaches? That's one thing that you would wish to see change in 2026.
Personally, let me talk about myself itself. I've been talking a lot about tech, but I still don't have a wearable. I feel I myself need to adopt it. And I play football, actually, so I know I can do that pretty well, but I do my blood checkup every 1 year, but on a continuous basis, so I want to move to tech next year, and that's personally. And what each of us do it, look at the adoption rate, actually. So I feel we personally need to learn tech to go and tell people about tech as well. So personally, for me, I need to do that.
And I'll be shamelessly propagandist here. On 22nd of December, we are starting a course in our program in sports called AI in Sports. And this program is going to be taught by Professor B. Srinivasan from IIT Madras. The first time that an IIT professor is coming and teaching a whole course here. Sorry, marketing plug. Forgive me. Murugesh.
Well, being in sports, we were talking about the stakeholders in sport, be it the athlete, the coaches, also the leadership team. We got to persist. That is very, very important. So we should not be expecting results overnight. That's for a given. Everybody in sports will accept that. But however, the leadership team also should be aligned towards that.
Okay.
So that's what.
So it should flow from the top.
Yes. Okay. And yeah.
James?
Yeah, for me, I think there's so much good work going on here, but it tends to be in silos. So I think the key is to work together. Tech needs to work with high performance. High performance needs to filter into development. The federations need to work with the private, organizations a bit better. So I think for me, if we can just work together, we got a collective vision. We're all moving in the same direction. We could be uncomfortable not knowing what to do. That's okay. But as long as we're sort of moving in the right direction, then I think the potential is absolutely huge.
Okay. Thank you, James. Rahul?
Yeah, I'll take another only 15 seconds for this. So one thing which I wanted to change is basically to have a good culture shift towards the data thing. Like we have shifted to this technology, why can't we shift towards technology which is basically sports based? Yeah.
Thank you. On that note, we open for 2 questions from the audience. Yes. Please, can somebody pass on the mic to him? You can take one from here if you want.
Hi, my question is actually to Prashant. Prashant, you mentioned that sports is a $19 billion market and growing at 14% year on year. How much of that allocation has been actually allocated to sort of empowering physical education teachers, or for that matter, sports science research, or sports science for that matter? Because tech and everything is okay, but if you cannot train the people who can not train the physiology at the very baseline, tech has sort of no no use. So what do you think? Have you come across any number?
Yeah, so I think we segmented it multiple. So if you take the central and the state budgets together, where you're doing a lot of grassroots program, SAI gets funded through that. It's cumulatively about 7,000 to 8,000 crore, actually, and growing at around 10%. We still need a lot more. And that's why today somebody was saying that the next budget onwards, if we are aspiring for 2030 and 2036, hosting is okay. But for us to win medals, we need a lot more. I think that funding needs to go much higher. Can it be 20%? And I bring one more data up, very important in sports. If you get sports right or physical fitness right, our healthcare budgets can go down tremendously from an India standpoint. So I think that realization is coming, but it'll take, now at least with the 2030 and probably 2036, there'll be a lot more thrust on sports. I'm hopeful, but right now it is at 10% that allocation is increasing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question before we wrap up? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
And so nowadays the technological edge is so much fast and very advanced. And so the Rahul sir and all these expert panelists is sitting over there. And so now the genotyping and the gene therapy or gene doping is also very famous nowadays for the cultivation of the talent and the talent identification. So in this way, the India, how much advanced in this case, and how can we see it hypothetically in the future? Thank you.
The sports scientist. Yeah. So actually, I think, do you want to answer? No. Okay. So this is yeah, this is a very sensitive question as well, right? Yeah, sensitive question. So the thing is, in the previous panel, the previous panel also we talk about certain thing like the doping and something as well. Like, so there are certain measures which are basically be taken care of, but the thing is it should come from everyone. The system that which we are basically the sports system which I'm talking about. This is always an athlete-centric system, but it is always a coach-lead system, right? Okay. So the thing is, but the scenario is being changing now. Okay. I have a high-performance director called Gary Hall there at my Institute of Sports, and he had experience of around 25 years in the Olympic sports, and he is basically keen on changing the fact that it is stop blaming the coach for all the things now. It should all the stakeholders we should come together, and we can basically share the blame like each one of us. So I think it is every one of us duties basically in order to think in the direction that where you are thinking or where we are basically thinking or where it ideally it should be. I think I answered the question at some extent.
On that note, gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much for a wonderful panel discussion. I would now like to call upon Captain Sanjeev Mishra to felicitate Mr. Prashant Shantakumaram, please. I would now like to call upon Captain Keshav Dubey to felicitate Mr. Murugesh, please.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
I would now like to invite Mr. Vinod Mane to felicitate Mr. James Hillier. I would now like to call upon Ms. Sujata Goyal to felicitate Mr. Rahul. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being such a lovely audience. Moving on to our next session now, which will be a fireside chat with Mr. Atif Shah, founder Motorsports Access, FIA certified strategic leader in motorsports, who brings a sharp business development insight focusing on motorsport ecosystems, investment models, and grassroots scalability. Ms. Niharika Ghorpade, an FIA accredited motorsport journalist, she offers a journalist's lens on motorsport, connecting global trends, athlete stories, governance realities, and media narratives that shape the perception and decisions in India. Miss Ashi Hanspal, who is a trailblazing racing driver, she will be sharing her perspective on breaking barriers, navigating costs, building resilience, and inspiring the next generation of the Indian motorsport talent. Let's commence the session, please.
Thank you, Anvita. India loves watching motorsport, and to be very specific, this is a well-funneled fire chat because we are talking about one very specific segment of the sport industry. This fireside chat dives into how talent, access, infrastructure, investment, and very specifically competitors around the stakeholders, around motorsport alone. So let's jump into this fire chat without any further delay. This first question would be to you, Ashi, because you are in the spotlight right now. India's motorsport viewership is booming, but racing access is limited. So what's your story from behind the wheel?
Okay, so I started racing when I was 12 years old, and I started off with karting and then moved forward to cars. And I was lucky to taste success quite early on in my life. I raced in national events as well as international, but everybody doesn't have the same platform because, as you mentioned, motorsports is very viewer based right now in India, and not so much we don't have so much grassroots access. There's not a proper stable infrastructure. Most people don't even have the basic awareness that racing is a sport, and a very very well known sport globally. So I think that's something that definitely should be looked after. That's one point. And second point is also sponsorships. Many people do not get enough sponsorship because the sponsors do think of it as leisure sport, or not something as popular as cricket or any other sport, which is quite popular in India right now.
Thank you for those insights. So, Atif, this is for you. Ashi says that she started with karting and things like that. So, what kind of infrastructure is available for somebody who wants to start the sport at the grassroots level or at the beginner level, if you want to put it that way? And is it just in the metropolitan city, or what is the accessibility side of the story?
Sure. I'd like to begin by thanking Jio Institute and INSMA to give a sport like ours an opportunity on a theme where Olympics 2036 is a topic of discussion, right? I mean, our sport has been around for the past 65 years, but there's close to no awareness around it, right? I mean, the moment you say motorsport in India, everyone associates it with Netflix and Drive to Survive and Formula One, right? But that's just the very, very top pinnacle of the sport. the foundations of the sport start from grassroots, and the grassroots level for our sport is go-karting, right? I mean, if you take Max Verstappen, for example, 80% of his career, he's actually raced in a go-kart. And the latter half is when he actually came into a single-seater Formula car. Right? India currently has around 229 go-kart tracks. Right? So this includes ones that are competitive, non-competitive, recreational tracks, small tracks, big tracks. And it's spread across the country. Right? But while go-karting is the initial touch point, but there are other shorter formats that might not require a full-fledged circuit or a full-fledged track. Something like a gymkhana or something that you can do a slalom competition even in a parking lot. Right. So it's about creating that awareness that yes, the sport is very aspirational when you take the Formula One side of things. But for you to get introduced to the sport, it's all around you. Like you take you take a city like Pune or Bangalore. Pune itself has about 7 go-kart tracks. You've got Bangalore, which has got 9 of them currently.
Right. Well, thank you for that, Atif. Now, moving on to Niharika, I am very curious to learn from you your perspective from behind the lens. As a journalist, you've 17 seasons, out of which 11 are with F1, and you're one of the, I would say, only female journalists covering motorsports worldwide. So what are your thoughts from behind the lens?
Firstly, I came from a motorsport household, and like Atif said, it starts with karting. But I think for me, it started even before that. It was with watching sport. It was with watching F1 on TV. When it was not televised in India, we used to bring it on VHS tapes and actually watch it together as a father and daughter thing. And I think I was also a driver sibling. My younger brother also almost made it to Formula One. So I've seen, I think, that in my household. But then I was lucky enough to watch the sport, maybe pursue it at some point of time at the karting level, and then maybe think of doing a career around it, what I thought was more feasible as a female in the sport or being from a certain gender, that at that point was not perceived to be close to motorsport. So yes, I think the grassroots level that he talks of is very important. India infrastructurally needs to improve its grassroots. It's not just karting, it's like slaloms, gymkhana level. There's also the fourth vertical of motorsport that is picked up there, where you have adventure sport, drifting, or you have the off-roading element that is now throwing up some Dakar candidates or that level. So yes, it's motorsport for me as a whole has been a whole industry. It involves entertainment. It has had the technological side, automotives, and the sporting side. So it's a fascinating field, but it's also a sport. And unfortunately, all of us have to keep asserting that, from time to time.
Well, thank you for that. Now, this is open to any of you see fit. Please take this question. It is seen as an expensive sport. And financial viability of the sport is something that we could pick your brains on at this point. And I would also add, if you can put in some, how do we attract investment if it is not viable for a person who wants to start with it? Any stories to share, please feel free.
I can start off. Like I mentioned in the previous question, I think firstly to attract, they need to have the awareness for it first to understand what racing it is, because obviously they'd want to know where their money is going, how, what's the growth that they'll get, what they're going to be investing in somebody. So till what level are they going to go? What are the levels? They need to know all the required information and awareness about the sport first. So I think once that becomes, that's given, importance, I think more and more sponsorship opportunities will open up. I think you all can.
So I'll just give a different perspective from an automotive industry standpoint, right? I mean, today India is sitting on currently being the third largest automotive market in the world, right? But so we've got a automotive industry that's over 250 billion. When you take your auto ancillaries, your auto component manufacturers, all of them, right? Naturally, you've got your automotive industry, which is completely linked to motorsport, which is the performance side of it. The lowest hanging fruit in terms of investment is definitely the automotive side of things, right? Yes, there are currently a few brands which are associated with motorsport in India from a legacy standpoint, but we need a lot more brands, especially from the automotive industry, to be coming up, right? We talk a lot about, investment for impact, which is ideally CSR. Right? I see a great opportunity for large OEMs and even OES in the automotive industry to come in and invest their funds via CSR into the sport. And it's not only on the sporting side of it, but you've got R&D, research and development, which is very heavily linked to anything automotive, right? So that's another captive area for investment. And yes, of course, everyone requires more sponsors in any sport, right? But we just need, in motorsport, there's just a bias of the investment being higher because of the expensive nature of the sport at the higher level.
Thank you. So Ashi, coming back to you quickly, what are some of the challenges that you think you should be addressing at this point? And Niharika, you can pitch in because you've been in the system for way too long, and we would love to hear it from you as well.
I think when you start off, especially you have to juggle between education, your school or your college, as well as a sport. And it is very tough. Because it gets very taxing. You can't be expected to go race all day, and usually a race weekend looks like, even if you're racing Saturday, Sunday, you have to be there on a Tuesday, and the rest of the day is only Monday, and you want some break after you're done racing so much. So I think that's one very big challenge, juggling a sport with something else, and in most cases it's education. And I think second is that I'm speaking from a very grassroots perspective. I think most parents look at it as a very dangerous sport. So they don't send their children only firstly for any kind of karting or any races or even coaching, anything motorsport related, because they think it's very dangerous. And why do they think it's dangerous? Because they correlate speed and accidents that happen on road, which is very different. Because you're not supposed to speed on the road, correct? But a track is made for high level speed and races, and you have tons of equipment, rules and regulations that keep you very, very safe. And I think most people should understand that point of view, that racing is not unsafe. You have a lot of rules and regulations saving you for it. So I think once parents also do understand that speed and accidents aren't very correlated. That's something.
Thank you, Ashi. Niharika, this one's for you. So what are some challenges that you see? She spoke at the grassroots level and in the industry level. What kind of challenges do you see for this sport?
I mean, infrastructures, obviously, we've addressed that. But there's also sponsorship. Now, the difference in layman's context, this is unfortunately not one of the sports where you give a car or a go-kart to a kid and just get going. That go-kart's going to need tuning. You're going to need a tuner. You're going to need a mechanic. You're going to need rims. And this is just karting. Single-seater level is completely different. A damage bill could also mean you could run out of funds, and you might run out of a budget of doing the whole championship that year. So it's not, we've often, I think a lot of this comes from the perception of the sport. One part that needs to change, that's where I think my field has not done a great job, which is the media awareness and the way the sport is covered. Not just F1. Okay, fine, I made it to F1 or that I covered that. Yes, it's the pinnacle of motorsport. It sells right now, but it's only in the last 5 years that even Formula One has become a marketing minefield. But now it has to trickle down to other verticals. You have endurance racing, you have GTs, you have so many other forms of motorsport. And I mean, when a parent is putting a child into it, it shouldn't be कि नहीं F1 ही जाना है, because you know the aim can't be F1. It's always going to have only 20 to 22 seats, and 8 billion people on the world. 20 to 22 seats, the chances are minimal. It's also a very British and European, dominated sport. And that is one part of it, the perception. And I think the other part is the whole industry in India needs to grow around it. Your PR, your investment, PR agencies, they need to understand how to promote it. Event level and the athlete level, athlete management needs to improve. And yes, it's obviously a high performance sport. So we need more high performance training centers or more high performance medicine. And like we have the Hinsta Performance Academy, that's very famous. It's by Dr. Aki Hinsta. You have Formula Medicine, which does motorsport medicine. And yes, these are the things and the needs of the industry. These are the needs of the sport that India needs to start developing around.
Well, thank you. That was a great insight. So in one word, in just one word, the last question would be, in 2020, this is 2025, but when we return back to this conversation in 2030, what would that one metric be for you to say, okay, we are moving in a good direction? Just one metric. Yeah, one word each. So
I think for me, a good target should be, can we identify 1,000 drivers, right, from at least the go-karting level, that we can actually look at a strategic way of identifying talent and discovering talent and create that as a future-ready pipeline that we can then look at investing talent on.
So talent is your word.
Yes.
Got you. Okay, Niharika.
I think in the last 5 years, 2020 to 2025, we've already seen a bit of the awareness growing. Now, it's also about making everything alongside the 5 areas that I mentioned grow along with it. Like he says, talent. And I also see the importance of integrating all the various industries that come with motorsport together to, draw some serious corporate investment, think about the return of investment also, try and create businesses around this industry. That will be very important to even nurture that talent. So I'll say that in 20.
So talent, awareness. Ashi, what's yours?
And I think for me would be initiative,
Mhm.
because after you identify the talent and get the infrastructure ready, I think there also needs to be like training facilities, because once you identify the talent, what's the next step? You're going to train them. And by training facilities, even strength and conditioning, because for me personally, when I had to train as then practice, focusing on strength and conditioning, I had to go all the way to Chennai from Bombay. So that's quite taxing too. So I think my word would be initiative.
Okay, so that's talent, awareness, and initiative. Thank you. That was a good chat here. We will take one question from the audience. Any questions? We will just take one. Yes, we have somebody up there. Can we get the mic to them, please? If you could clearly tell us who you were addressing the question to, it would be great.
My name is Shubham. I address this question to anyone who can answer.
Okay.
Or has a better knowledge. I see from like motorsports, the kind of loyalty the brands have outside India to the fans have towards the brands who are sponsoring the cars is that plays a huge role into the fan following of that sport. So that's why the brand sponsors those cars as well and drivers as well. But in India, I think the love for the car itself is way less in respect to the other globally, basically. And I believe major role is played by the limitation on modifications we can do on cars in India. Because that's how you connect to your car. That's how you understand the performance. That's how you understand what it takes to make a car faster or a driver even better, or how you can actually tell a story, what happens behind those wheels or behind that, whatever you can say about that. So do you think if we allow modification in the car in India, you can see a good shift in motorsport and fan following towards that?
I think the modification of cars is a very, it's a very automotive topic, which is a very delicate topic actually. You can't modify road cars. You're going to have to use more of your modifications for stock car racing, as we'd call it. So that's a whole different department. It needs regulation and things like that. And a lot of it, I think, also involves road action safety. So but one thing I would agree with you is in India, we are a two-wheeler market predominantly. And we are not a four-wheeler market as such, not like the US or not like even the Middle East for that matter. We are predominantly two-wheeler dominant, so two-wheel sports are going to be more mass-oriented and tap into a mass viewership as compared to four-wheel sport. So that does happen. And when it comes to brands, I think a big example I can give you where brand loyalty, a brand that has been good in motorsport, I think in Formula E, Mahindra and Tech Mahindra, that's actually India's most genuine investment in motorsport. Now you already have a corporate level from Tech Mahindra coming there, understanding the data analytics involved, etc. And we are seeing a serious brand integration within the group. And Formula E Mahindra Racing is actually making waves there. So there's one Indian brand actually on the path to, being able to have serious motorsport interests, and yet Mahindra is also a very household name. So it's just a matter of time for that to translate. But yeah, I guess I don't think the modification bit though would come into the picture. I think Atif can give more insight on that.
So just to add on, I mean, there's a reason why you've got a road car to drive on a road and you've got a race car to drive on a racetrack. Right, there's I mean, if you look at the various FIA accreditations, right, you've got to have a roll cage, you've got to have various safety systems, you need to have your engine capacity in a certain limit. You can use a very specific part that you can put in basis multiple FIA regulations. And it's practically impossible to be getting those and expecting a road driving customer who's going to drive the car day in, day out to be using that level of regulation on roads, right? And what happens is there's a certain homologation also that comes in the automotive industry, right? If you take, for example, World Rally Championship, for any car manufacturer to be putting in a particular model, they need to homologate a certain number of cars and build a certain number of cars, and then they are given permission to run them in the championship. So I wouldn't say there's a gap, but there's a specific reason why a road car is to be driven on the road and modified for the road, whereas a race car is to be driven and modified on the racetrack.
That was a very detailed answer from both of you, but thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Ashi, Atif, and Niharika.
Exciting journeys and perspectives. I now request Ms. Surinder Kaur to please facilitate Mr. Atif. Ms. Richa Dua to please felicitate Ms. Niharika. Dr. Sandhya to please felicitate Ms. Ashi. Thank you all. Our next segment is the research paper presentations. I now request all research paper presenters to please move to their respective rooms, basis the conference agenda that is shared with you. Thank you. All the classrooms, all the research paper classrooms are on the 5th floor, and we're also having one set of presentations in the MPH. So those who have their presentations in the MPH, please stay back here. The rest are requested to move to their respective rooms, please. Manas Sharma and Pratyank. They presented a paper on the impact of fantasy gaming ban on changing the consumption habits of avid gamers in India. Do we have Varat Sonwani? Arushi Jain? Hardwan Vyas? Hardwan Vyas and Vinish, are you here? They presented a paper on the public-private partnerships in Indian sports, focusing on custodianship. Do we have Prabal Singh and Vivek Jati? Miss Swapna Bilsare? Giona? All right. Swapna is joining us from Kridakul. Kridakul Sports School grooming the champions for and beyond Olympics 2036 was her presentation title. Swapna, please come on stage. A huge round of applause for her, please. Do we have Prasant with us? Arivomati? Arivomati presented a paper on women in sports management education, bridging the access to leadership gap in India. Next, we have Advait Krishna. He presented a paper on innovation in high-performance coaching, effectiveness of video analysis tools for skill development. Do we have Mane Chabra, Rahul Malik, and Sagar with us? Miss Gautami Deolekar. Gautami presented a paper on corporate social responsibility contributions for the growth of Paralympic sports in India. Please give her a huge round of applause. Do we have Professor L.T. Singh? He's joining us all the way from Manipur University. He presented a paper on sports talent, a legacy of movement education. Next, we have Khush Bhavan Kumar, who presented a paper on sustainable practices in sports facilities, evaluating energy, waste, and resource management in local gyms and stadiums.
Can announce Giona again if they've come.
I think we have Giona with us now. We missed her earlier. Giona, are you here? Giona and Prashant. They both presented a paper on evaluating the infrastructure readiness of India as a sports tourism destination, a focus on cricket, football, badminton, and cycling.
Also come all the way from Coimbatore.
We also have Professor Raj Mohan Satyan with us. He's also come in from Coimbatore. He presented a paper on sport management education, integrating applied high performance practices into academic and professional development. I think we also have Priyanka Acharya and Shubham Gaurav now. They both presented a paper on sport. They are from the sport management batch at Jio Institute.
Congratulations, Priyanka. Congratulations, Shubham.
Next, Prabal and Vivek have also joined us now. They presented a paper on India's Olympic trajectory, a machine learning and econometric analysis of performance drivers and medal forecasting. Mane, Rahul, and Sagar have also joined us. Their presentation title was Measuring the Impact of Augmented Reality on Fan Engagement in Sports. Next, we have Sankalp Thorat and Dr. Anand, whose presentation title was Grassroots Kridakul, a rural sports pathway towards India's Olympic Vision 2036. They both are joining us from Kridakul.
Thank you for joining us.
We also have Pratyang Sharma with us now. And Varad. All right, I'm sorry. Pratyang Sharma presented the impact of fantasy gaming ban on changing the consumption habits of avid gamers in India. And we also have Bharat Sonavani and Arushi Jain now. Their presentation title was Strengthening Grassroots Sports in India, Policy, Infrastructure and Talent Identification for Olympic 2036 Aspirations. A huge round of applause for all these presenters. I think that's the last one. We have Jyesh Parmar with us, who presented a paper on India's mega sporting event strategy, leveraging the road to 2036 Olympics for economic and cultural capital. Oh.
So Anvita also presented a paper, so I'll just invite her to also take the certificate. Anvita, please come.
Where is that plaque?
And I think Shiv was also there, so I invite Shiv also on the stage.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Just last one.
Yeah, just one. Yeah. So I just wanted to share that this is a great research paper presentation in terms of the diversity, because what we have seen that in terms of female, male diversity, in terms of geographical diversity, in terms of the topic or the kind of discussion diversity, which was very well conceived and executed on this. We have people from far away from Manipur. We have people from Mumbai and Pune. We have people coming from as far as Virginia, United States. We have people from New Delhi. We have people from Pune, Mumbai, and so many places. And Coimbatore, yeah, so many people from Coimbatore. So South, North, East, and West of India. And I'm sure with the globally a representation from Virginia, United States. I've also met another participant who was also from other country. I've also seen the, Dr. Kamila came from Qatar. So in a true sense, I think this is a confluence and the global discussion on the Indian sports management and Olympic 2036. So my heartiest congratulations to everyone who has submitted this paper, submitted their abstract, submitted paper and presented a paper and discussion today. So I think, it's not easy to develop any kind of research presentation, work on it and present it among the audience. So I really would like to congratulate every one of you, because the research is the one where the institution can flourish, can contribute to make a better society. And you all have done that. So let's have a very big round of applause for all of you. Thank you.
I'll request you to please stay back. One last presentation we had by Darlene Amanda, She presented a paper on association between self-determination theory, flow, and mindfulness among adolescent athletes. Darlene, thank you.
So the next set of activities, we had judges in respective rooms where the paper presentation was done. There was a rubric which was shared with the judges. Now evaluation has been done. I'll request Dr. Arko and Dr. His friend, so they can come. They are from INSMA team, and they will announce the winners. You please stay on the stage. Yeah, please come.
A very good evening to you all. I'm Dr. Shaini Raizada, Vice President Education from INSMA. And it is a privilege to announce the awards that recognize outstanding research that demonstrates originality, scientific rigor, and meaningful contribution to the field. And after a careful evaluation of more than 30 research papers by our esteemed panel of reviewers, we are happy to announce the first award for today. Best Research Paper Award, co-presented by INSMA and Leeds Beckett University, also the international knowledge partner for this particular conference. And for this, I request Ms. Jayashree and Mr. Kunal from Leeds Beckett University to please come up on the stage to present this award. And the award goes to Professor L.T. Singh. Professor L.T. Singh. Sorry. He's from Manipur University.
Thank you so much for. Why don't you also join the frame? Shiv, why don't you also join the frame? Thank you.
Many congratulations, Professor Singh. The second award, Best Practice Paper, co-presented by INSMA and Carnegie School of Sport, UK, goes to Mr. Vivek Jati and Prabal Singh.
Congratulations, Prabal.
Congratulations, Mr. Vivek and Mr. Prabal. It was really interesting paper. And the best student paper, finally, presented by ISMA, goes to Yashi Goyal and Jayesh Parmar. I request Dr. Palak Sheth to kindly do the honors.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now a special award. Uh, I will brief you about we have started an initiative at INSMA where the India sporting landscape has been undergoing a massive change. And the heart of this evolution aren't just the athletes, the people, the visionaries working tirelessly behind the scenes. Today, we are proud to introduce 40 Under 40, a national initiative dedicated to recognize the brightest young minds driving innovation across our sports ecosystem. They are the future leaders and shaping up the present. We are looking for the disruptors and the builders, the researchers uncovering new data, the entrepreneurs scaling sports tech, the administrators reimagining governance, and the media professionals telling the stories that matter. We opened up the nominations about 3 months ago, and we had a huge number of nominations coming in from various organizations like JSW, Reliance, IPL, to name a few. And the jury members in this included our board members and our international advisors, selected few standout leaders of the industry. We gauged various factors like the experience, the impact, the projects they have worked on, the research they have undertaken being the main pillars. This isn't just an award, it's a platform. We are here to celebrate young leaders under the age of 40 who aren't just witnessing the future of Indian sport, they are actively powering it. If you are making an impact and shaping how India plays, watches, or manages sport, we want to tell your story. So now there are four standout leaders who are present amongst us. I would like to invite them. Sandhya, please come on the stage to felicitate them. Shiny ma'am, please join them. First, Niharika from media. Niharika, please come on the stage. Next, Vaibhavi Deshmukh from JSW for sports promotion category. Up next, we have Dr. Amol Patil from Sports Science. And last, we have for the evening is Sachin for athlete development. On behalf of Sachin, I will invite Samrat to collect the award. This initiative would be ongoing for some more time, and we don't want to restrict it for like just an award ceremony or something like that. The idea is to work with these leaders and develop more robust literature and work around the industry. You can find more details about the ongoing campaign on our website and LinkedIn page. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Arko. I now invite Dr. Sahin Gupta, Vice President Research INSMA, to please deliver a closing address for today's conference.
Firstly, thank you thank you from the bottom of all our hearts for being here at INSMA 2025. I have both the honor and the very impossible task for summarizing this conference. So we will keep it brief, but we have to thank the important people who have made this a possibility. Firstly, to Dr. Palakshet, as well as everyone at Jio Institute, including Shiv and your team. You've been a fantastic co-host and a partner, friends, and just a way to make a vision come to life. The other people I wanted to thank were all of you, all the people in the audience, all the presenters who have not only donated your Friday, but also put in months of effort to get your researches, to get your initiatives, to get your passion turned into what is contributing to the knowledge of the Indian sport ecosystem. We started with a panel discussion on grassroots to glory. We then went into data and the analytics of the future. We then circled back into another different sport and how could we learn from it. We then had our paper presentations, and I'm sure you all have plenty to take away. So I will not be summarizing every single thing. But by the end of the day, the message isn't just clear, it is unavoidable. We can't identify talent and then abandon it, just like we hope to never abandon you. We cannot build pathways only that some can access. And we cannot pretend that exclusion doesn't happen and that inclusion is an automatic process. Excellence is an ongoing journey. Therefore, we had 25 presentations, 5 themes, and several solutions. Every room showcased the individual uniqueness of your research, and it came from all across this great country of ours. Great institutions are not born in a day, and they are forced to sustained commitment and effort. They emerge when everyone, such as yourself, decides to work together. So could I just invite all of you to give a big round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very, very much. At the end of the day, sport is the thing we all love. Our country is the thing we also love. And to work together is the only way to put both of those things onto the global map to work towards Vision 2036. Not systems, not infrastructure, but also the human beings which make it possible. On that note, I would like to conclude short and sweet with the good news, but I'm going to invite Dr. Sandhya Manjunath to just come in and deliver it for me.
Thank you, Dr. Sahin. Once again, thank you, audience, for making this a very successful event. I hope you have a fantastic 2025 and an even better year, starting now until our next INSMA 2026. Because this isn't a one-off event. This is a movement. We've spent today talking about pathways, ecosystems, building institutions that last. Great institutions don't stand still. They grow, they evolve, and they spread. INSMA has contributed with amazing hosts in Mumbai, be it KJ Somaya or Jio Institute. Next year, we go beyond. It is my absolute privilege to announce the host institution for Indian Sport Management Conference 2026. We are heading to Bangalore, and Jain University will be our co-host for INSMA 2026. I request President Sir, Dr. Sarthak, to kindly hand over the official host disclosure to Jain University. Dr. Shankar UB, thank you for joining us. I request Ms. Deepthi Prabhu to also join us on stage. Thank you. Like I said, see you in Bangalore. I now call upon Dr. Sanand Mitra to deliver the vote of thanks.
I am the voice of sport. I, in my entirety, represent 3 pillars of the sporting ecosystem. I am the athlete, I am the industry, and the academic. And after 3 keynotes, 3 panel discussions, and 32 papers presented, I stand enriched. I believe I speak for everyone present here in this room and in the building when I say that this conference has been a resounding success, for which I would like to thank Dr. Palakshet and the entire leadership of Jio Institute, Dr. Sarthak Mandal and the leadership of INSMA, the presenters and the attendees who have ensured the knowledge would spread far and wide, the dignitaries who enriched us with their insights and knowledge, and the people of Jio Institute who have worked for months in making this the success that it stands to be. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.
So with this, we close this second edition of INSMA Jio Institute Sports Management Conference. A big round of applause for everyone. I would also take this opportunity to thank the key members of the team. And we have been working for the past, I don't know how many months, and especially for past 4 to 5 weeks, along with Sarthak and the team. First, definitely Palakji has been there guiding us all day and night and whenever, so I remember getting a call from him 11:30 last night. Keshavji, Surinderji, thank you so much what you have done. Maneji, Anvita has been a big pillar for this entire program. Big shout out to her also. Along with Amaya, entire designing team, Deepthi, Sujata. So if I'm missing out on name, my apologies, but entire Jio Institute, like how we have been doing traditionally, historically, a big round of applause for all of us. Please join on the second floor. We have ensured that you take tea and some nice snacks before you head out in Mumbai traffic. So see you on the second floor. Thank you so much.